It's all right. I'm sorry. Thank you. All right. Next time I won't do it. I'm sorry, G. All right. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American Squad League, and we are here at the playoffs. 8 of the top teams in all of North America are fighting for the prize of $1,700 along with 50K diamonds, and this prize is possibly growing more by the end of the playoffs. We have a lot of teams here, some of the best, some of them you know, some of them you are getting to know. Tonight, the 6 teams that will be going up against each other are firstly Deuce Knights up against Ackermans. After that, Team First Blood facing off against Insomniacs, and to wrap it all up, we have a bit of a rematch. The Valley going up against Ethereal. Gee, was that good enough? Was that good enough?
I think it was good. You know.
Right. Thank you.
Daddy Akayo approves.
Very good, very good. As you guys know, we have 2 of your favorite casters here joining me tonight, and that is G the Akayo and Private. Private, how are you doing tonight?
Dude, I am doing great. I've been waiting for this weekend. It feels like it's been a longer weekday as we were coming up to the playoffs because I was so excited about it. And not just excited about the playoffs, but a bunch of other things going on with the NASL.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, it's been a long season. Like with the NACT that happened, you know, we took the split. It's been a long year, honestly, and like we're slowly coming in, qualifiers coming up for M4. It's crazy. This is going to be the last season of the year. So I think it's a bittersweet finish, right? Like I'm excited that I'm kind of ready for it to be over, but at the same time, it's like, man, the year's almost over. We're all going to be on break for M4, you know, like it's crazy that we're already back to World Championships. This year has flown by, and I want this. I'm ready for this season to come to a closure, but I'm also hoping that this playoffs, you know, like I want to see some good games. I want to have some excitement, and I hope it's not just something fast that breezes by.
Yeah, no, I feel the same way. I can't wait for M4. I can't wait to see what teams like go at it and who actually makes it to M4 too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and right now NA has just been in a constant bit of flux. From the beginning of the year, we had kind of like those normal standard teams that we know and have come to love, but come from this last NACT, the entire platform, the entire structure of NA has just been getting adjusted around with the departure of Area 77, the arrival of Ackerman, the switch around that we've gotten from the Valley with First Blood, Team First Blood coming up and surprising everybody by making it to the grand finals, to some unfortunate rules that meant certain teams might not be able to participate anymore, other teams will be able to participate, and then with the fluctuations and the let's call it disbursements of some of the members of BTK. And how that's going to start affecting things, and what we have here now with some of those members here competing in here tonight.
Yeah, speaking of Ackerman, we are going to have Ackerman up against Deuce Knights first here now. Us 3 have talked about Ackerman a bit. We think so far they look very strong, right? They just like annihilated Team First Blood. They've blown through some teams, but the pressure is now on tonight, right? We'll see how they really stand up. Personally, I do think, if I had to pick one, I do think Ackerman takes this win. Deuce Knights, though, you can never really count them out. They've always been that wild card team. They've pulled some crazy wins off. They sweeped Insomniacs earlier in the season. Easy Peasy's also playing. We know his mechanical ability in the jungle on some of these picks like Ling, some of these assassin choices. So definitely not going to just be a rollover, I don't think. But it's not going to be easy for them to take on Ackerman, G.
Yeah, and you know, before that, T-Rex, why don't we talk about what this weekend's entailing right now? We have a monster sponsor right now. If you guys haven't seen it, it's been posted all over the Discord, and I'll let T-Rex kind of explain the situation here.
We do have a big sponsorship for this weekend. To any of those that don't know, this weekend will be sponsored by Eclipse.gg. Now what they are is they are a automated stream clipping service. So if you stream, if you record your games, you're able to hook yourself up to this website and they are automatically going to clip your stream based on kills. They have, some artificial intelligence that works pretty well. This is something that I've used. This is something that G uses. This is something that I know a lot of streamers before me have used as well. And it's able to automatically clip those highlight moments, those key moments. So you no longer have to go download 5 hours of footage and clip it all yourself. It's gonna do it all for you. And not only that, but they're literally like innovating it as we speak. They're constantly trying to make it better. And it doesn't just work for Mobile Legends, it works for Mobile Legends, Call of Duty, Apex Legends, all of these different games. They have the AI to find the best moments in your stream and supply those to you. Now, the reason we're mentioning this is they've added $200 to our prize pool, and we're also going to be doing a 10 epic skin giveaway based on this. And to enter this giveaway, all you have to do is go to our Discord. We have a special link that we will be posting inside of the chat, and you are going to create an account through eclipse.gg, through that link, post it in the Eclipse event Discord chat on the North American Squad League Discord, post a screenshot, and that'll enter you into this 10 skid giveaway. We've already had several people enter, and we will be picking all 10 winners tomorrow night. So don't waste any time. You guys make sure you do it before the stream ends, or make sure you join the Discord and get it done before tomorrow, because it's coming very, very soon. So big shout out to eclipse.gg. Thanks again for sponsoring this weekend.
Yep.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. How many times have you heard, especially for like a small little grassroots organization like ours, able to give away 10 epic skins to 10 lucky viewers out there, and all you got to do is register for it. And it's not like some crazy service too. This is something that's actually useful, being able to create highlights of streams and uploads that you bring to it. That's just. It's amazing. I had to check it out myself too, because I'm like, how does it know when I've had an awesome play or something? But it like tracks your kills and your wins and your victories. It's really amazing. And then more than that too, like I said, you can't really lose here. You're gonna get 10 people are gonna have a chance to get skins.
Yeah, I actually made a fake Discord account and posted a screenshot on there to enter. Not gonna lie. I made
course,
like 4
T-Rex.
Discord accounts.
Of course, T-Rex did. But without further ado, I think the teams are ready. Let's get into round 1, Deuce Knights versus Ackerman. I think it's gonna be pretty crazy here, Private.
Yeah, we already know that Ackerman has that very sound organization that we've seen. Not just that, but their ability to protect that back lane. They have just grounded, very useful strategies, and they very rarely get put off of those strategies, which is going to be something that Deuce Knights are going to have to look at. They're going to need to look at the total package if they want to get a victory over Ackerman here.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need to think about a lot of things about who they want to focus on. Zia, I know a lot of teams have been having trouble going against him in the gold lane, and we can already tell the Juan one's getting focused on. I'm wondering how deep they want to try to dig against Zia. Valentina now getting banned off. Overall, both teams definitely seem very prepared for this draft. They're not wasting any time at all, G.
They are not. I was actually gonna point that out earlier. They're just like bam, 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 bam. They already got like the counter. They banned the one straight into after the Natalia, and it was. I was like, okay, just what are you thinking here? Are you thinking at all?
Well, I think they have a game plan. I mean, especially for the first game. I mean, what else do you really need to think about once when you're in the first game of the playoffs? I mean, you already done your research. It's now or never. One thing though, as we were talking about Zia, I'm wondering if we're going to be seeing a Bruno ban, because he has when that Juan is taken off, he does lean on that Bruno, which perplexes me with how good some people can be on a marksman that I feel needs to be so close to be able to do that damage. And does Deuce Knights have a plan here?
Yeah, he's done like so well on the Bruno. Like, I don't think there's anyone right now. Like, the first time I saw it, it was one of those picks where I was like, a little iffy about it. Second time I saw it, I'm like, oh, he's making it work. And now I'm just sold on it. When Zia picks up the Bruno, I do not care at all. I don't bat an eyelash. But Deuce Knights now picking up this Akai. solid pick. I'm someone that I'm still strong. Some people are saying the Akai's fallen off a bit, but I'm still a strong believer in the jungle Akai. And if you want, you can still use him as a roam G.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say the same thing. You know, Akai's just very versatile, and they do go out and first pick it. You know, which I personally, we're probably gonna see maybe a Julian pick on the side of Ackerman here. I don't know if they want to leave open a Julian for the side of Deuce Knights.
Yeah, really interesting. We're going to go ahead and prioritize that Beatrix, as we do know she has that versatile, not just high damage, but versatile types of damage that she can do, whether it's just that shotgun from super close range, the sniper rifle from like yards away. But it's just one of those players that completely changes the landscape of matches as we move into the mid and late games.
Yeah, the Beatrix, I mean, the Beatrix is a monster. And it's, I mean, honestly, I'm almost at a point where I believe like the Beatrix is possibly a solid like first pick, like instead of the Akai. Like the Beatrix is just so good, especially in the hands of someone like Zia. Now the Julian, I like it. I like it a lot. I don't know if it's like prio over everything else. Now, Deuce Knights is going to pick that up, though. My guess is it's possibly going to be a mid lane. With the Akai jungling, you're now picking up the Diggy as well, just in case the Atlas comes in, just in case one of those things does come in. And as I've said, I think the past couple times we've casted together, I think the Diggy works with so much more than just a counter. I think it's a pretty solid pick right now, just overall.
I was actually gonna say that I haven't seen a Balmon yet, and we're probably gonna see that by the side of Ackerman. But maybe it's a little tie here if they really want to go that route. Because I mean, you gotta think they did go that route, but they have an Akai and a Julian, which is heavy CC on the side of Deuce Knights, and no CC.
That's really interesting too, because picking up the Diggy here, a couple of weeks ago, I would have thought maybe it's one of those very niche picks. But as we've come in here through the rest of the weeks, Diggy has really proven himself to really be like just that counter to a lot of teams, even if they don't have a lot of CC on their team. Just to be able to use that time journey, the speed boost, the shield you get from it as an initiation tactic, it proves itself. It just, as long as you're able to protect that Diggy with the front line and not make him take too many deaths, I mean, it's going to be such a useful pick. As far as well-roundedness, I do like Ackerman's, but like Echo just said, that CC on the side of Deuce Knights right now is they're gonna need to have an answer for it, Will Ackerman.
And I mean, it's hard to find a good answer to it. I mean, what I possibly would think, they need a solid tank, but anything they pick is going to be probably way too CC. They're probably going to go support. They're probably going to counter Diggy with another support. So maybe a Raph. That's why they ended up banning the Matilda there.
Yeah, Raph wouldn't be a bad pick. What I think is interesting is Ackerman's really investing into the fact that this Julian is an EXP lane Julian, right? Like they're banning off mages here. And it looks like if Michelle picks up this, I'm having a total mind blank right now. The Sicilian, then it looks like Hikaru is going to be jumping into the XP lane, and that's something I'm not sold on yet with the Julian, the EXP lane. I think his ability to have the CC, have those knockups, have those ambushes is what makes him thrive so well in the mid lane. To whereas once you put him over in the XP, it's a little bit of a problem.
Is he even going XP though? Is he going to be the roam?
No, because then where would you be putting Diggy?
And the XP
with a Sicilian,
or Sicilian in XP lane. You never know. It could be crazy here. This is like the 3 switch up that I'm seeing, you know?
Well, you called it right on the money. Looks like we are going to be getting a roam from the side of Ackerman. They're going to be using Raphael to kind of get that mobility for that engagement and possible disengagements. And just like we were pointing out, they do have a good, solid front line there as well. And I kind of agree with T-Rex. When you isolate, and I say isolate, Julian in that XP lane, it gets it very hard for him to be able to make those great plays and get fed when all he has is the XP lane and possibly roaming to the mid lane in that early game. I feel like he really gets stumped out in the early game.
Most definitely, but we are jumping into the first series of the playoffs in the first game of that series. This is Deuce Knights on the blue side going up against Team Ackerman. Definitely going to be a big one. Definitely a great start to the playoffs, G.
Yeah, no, and like I guess I don't know, man. It's they're still spread apart. They do go Julian XP lane and the Diggy roam. I was hoping that we're gonna pull something out of the hat that was just so bold, and I feel like that's what Deuce Knights has always done for us. You know, it's just changed the stride.
Well, when you're facing a team like Ackerman, you don't really want to, especially in the playoffs, it's not really the time to be experimenting. They're going to try to go with the normal, typical duo up at the gold lane to kind of fend off and help get this Clint fed, especially against Zia with this Beatrix. I mean, you don't want to let off that pressure there.
You definitely don't want to let off the pressure at all. Now, I do like the fact that we're having the Diggy up here. Now, the side of Ackerman is quick to respond to that, right? Like, they send this wrap up. Not only that, but we also see CJ sitting around already stealing camps. So it seems like Ackerman's already been a bit more of the aggressive team here, already trying to push in and make some plays happen, as CJ does try to come in, forces the retribution out of the side of Easy Peasy. This is going to set Easy Peasy a little bit behind here.
Not just a little bit behind, but a decent amount. He was only on the buff by the time that CJ was about. Oh my god, we just missed a death over there. Mitsuya actually gets taken down at bottom lane here.
Yeah, that might be a first. That might be a first that I've ever seen in Esmeralda, you know, just get monstered by Julian out in the Gecko here. What do you think they're going to respond with here?
Oh, there's the response right there. Nice knock up, but Mitsuya is here, brings in that stalling Far Moon. CJ now falling down on Easy Peasy. He does not have it. Able to just get away, but CJ doesn't want to let it happen. Doesn't have the lethal counter, so he cannot get the finish there. And Easy Peasy is able to just walk away.
And he forced that red.
Seen a panda move so fast.
He made it out of there with like the small hair on his chin there, but now they're taking the turtle here.
Yeah, Rosa is gonna get pulled, is gonna be able to pull Mitsuya away, and in comes Easy Peasy, gets a knock up with the turtle, should fall into hands, but Mitsuya does not want to let it go. Easy Peasy now with the heavy spin, but he's not able to help. He does get him under the tower. Don't know if he's gonna be able to get the finish here. Another tower shot. Exile Rose steals the kill though. That is gonna help make up for that death right there.
Yeah, so they're answering it with a 1-to-1 here, but they did lose a tower, which is going to put Ackerman a little bit ahead right now. And these rotations right now, I'm not too impressed right now with the Akai rotation, just because CJ is just completely dominating him right now with his jungling. And we see another engagement possibly happening here.
Yeah, CJ does not want to let up though, and he's able to steal that blue buff and walk away safely. Galscutie gets in a kind of dangerous area there, but it's nothing too major for Ackerman.
Yeah, and this is what I see from Ackerman a lot of the time, is that you see that they utilize this heavy invade to allow Zia to be able to like farm, you know, and they do the invade on the side that Zia is on, so that forces that their MM to actually go into the river and then allow, you know, Zia to just get in there and take some of that gold plating.
Yeah, and even right now, I mean, we're seeing that Esmeralda, with the lanes, they are basically dominating. Esmeralda was going to go ahead and try to, like, cut the lane. Thinks twice about it, as we do see a little bit of possibly invade up here. No, Julian thinks twice about it down at the bottom. So we're kind of resetting here, but we are starting to inch our separations in this gold here at the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, Easy Peasy and CJ walking to each other. Heavy spin does connect. CJ stuck against the wall. Misses the knock up. Card is unable to get it, but Easy Peasy keeps up with the chase. Mitsuya keeping distance, and the disengage happens. Nothing too major on the map. Still a pretty slow-paced game. 2-1, practically a even gold lead.
Yeah, I think what Ackerman is trying to do here, especially securing that Sicilian, you know, they noticed that they went Balmon, so they need to really focus on in-game presence here. So in allowing the Sicilian to get the stacks and farm up, they're gonna always have a hard time trying to take the turtle here because of CXJ.
I don't know, you do have Easy Peasy with this heavy spin, but you lose it again. The lethal counter comes in, and that's what you want the Akai for, right? Like, you have the heavy spin, you're supposed to be able to push everyone away from that turtle, but Easy Peasy just can't seem to get in. And like you said, you have the Sicilian, bit more late game. You can't really be aggressive for these objectives when you're only at the 4 or 5 minute mark.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the problem right now is they have them off the rotations right now. The turtle was up and Akai just on the other side of the map, which forced Rose to kind of go in there and try to poke. And an excellent job of trying to poke out that turtle. Got it onto the side of Deuce Knights here, but they weren't able to get the finish onto it.
And CJ just doesn't let up though, like continues to just harass, and that's such a good thing to do on this Balmond. And like he knows his place, he knows what he needs to do in these early stages, and he's doing it to a T. Now the lethal counter does come down, Cloud very low, Gal's Cutie picks up the kill along with Rose, make that a double. Gal's definitely on a roll, uses that Holy Baptism to keep Michelle at bay while Zia racks up the tower.
Yeah, excellent grouping there by the side of Ackerman. Came in there. They did actually miss the lethal counter, and we saw the time journey by Diggy executed there. But just the enforcement, they came in a 4-man there. There's not really much you're going to be able to do. So Diggy and Clint went down there, and this is probably going to start pushing the momentum, and you're going to start seeing Ackerman get more and more aggressive from here on out.
Dude, I wouldn't say Ackerman and us as a whole, just CXJ is just everywhere. You can't ever stop them. The Ballmon is just, the presence on the map is just so aggressive, not allowing any of Deuce Knights to breathe.
Yeah, they can't even come out of the river right now. Like, they can't even, like, leave their side of the jungle. Like, right there, CJ's there. Every time, CJ is there waiting for you. But I can't argue Deuce Knights isn't that far behind. And as we mentioned, they do have some nice late game possibilities. So as long as they can keep it at this pace, they still may have an opportunity. Turtle now is up. Ooh. Oh, Dawning Light does come out.
Oh.
Easy peasy, able to get the wall and takes that turtle. Now CJ not able to make the play he needed to. Michelle picks up a kill on the backside, able to take out Gal's Cutie. Mitsuya with the falling Star Moon does take out Rose up against Easy Peasy. Easy Peasy just wants to try to walk away, but he just can't. 3 members on his trail and lethal counter picks up the kill. Hikaru back to the engage, which is going against way too 3 members now also following you. Does use a sprint. Can he get away from this? Tries to get the chains, but can't get the knock up. Mitsuya picks up the kill, putting Ackerman at 6-3.
Very nice outplay by Mitsuya up there, but down there at the turtle, when they did have CJ pinned against the wall, I feel like our shot priority, our DPS was split up between the other members of Ackerman instead of all of us focusing down. We did get Rafaela down, but I mean, between Rafaela or CJ, my priority would definitely be to get CJ down because, I mean, you saw what happened. Just the amount of damage that he's putting out right now is just a menace to the rest of this team.
Yeah, and while all of that was going down, like, we missed it. They already took a 2nd-tier tower in the top lane. Like, top lane has been non-existence with the defense, and then the look at the heavy spin.
Oh, does get it up with the knockup, and Mitsuya is here to pal around. Michelle trying to chip away at CJ, but CJ does not want to stop with the lethal counter, able to take out Hikaru there. Now Yato and Mitsuya just need to walk away safely. CJ is a force right now that just can't be stopped. Gal's Cutie with the baptism, and Zia comes in to follow up, bringing them down. They are crumbling. Deuce Knights is on the ropes. Michelle will be next on the chopping block, and that could spell victory for Ackerman. They are beginning to pick up the pace.
And that's just what happens when you lose those top 2 towers all the way down to the inhibitor. You basically opened up this entire jungle, and you saw that even Mitsuya able to come in with that falling Star Moon to be able to pick off Diggy and be able to get the kill there as well. They're just getting hit from every single angle, and it started with all of this aggression on the marksman lane.
And another Lord goes down into the hands of CJ, and now he is chasing on Rose. The reverse time does come out. Exile takes a big sniper to the chest. Brought down pretty low, but Deuce Knights is trying to defend at this point. They don't want to force a fight, but they also don't want to lose anything more. And CJ does want to force it. Knocked up by the enhanced change. Michelle now keeping her distance, but another tower goes down into the hands of Ackerman, and Deuce Knights are starting to crumble.
Yeah, and I like the like, you know, they played back. They're playing good because now they're waiting for the Lord. They played a little aggressive there to, you know, peel away a little bit of their mana, a little bit of their HP bars to see if they could get anything, but then they knew when to back out. Now the Lord is coming, Private.
Yeah, and with a 6K deficit, they're gonna really have to kind of settle on their defense and kind of group up as to what they want to defend here. Because this splitting up, right? Oh, wow! Did she get? Oh,
No,
she didn't get it. It was close. It was very close.
Oh,
Easy
spin coming in.
Oh, but Gauss Cutie is just on point there. Uses the Holy Baptism to stop him. Mithia now with the Falling Star Moon. Donnie Light comes out. Easy peasy is far too low. The lethal counter finishes it off, and now the Lord has at least been chipped away though at the top. We weren't paying attention to it, but Ackerman doesn't care. They're gonna take more. They're hungry. 2 towers down, nothing but inhibitors left, and Ackerman is still staying aggressive. There's no jungle left, so we want some more towers as Zia snipes away and chips away at Deuce Knights.
Oh, the
what a
flame shot!
No. Rose comes through, takes out Yato. A final moment of something to hang on to.
That was like a flame shot of the year right there. You think he was like, you got a sniper? How about this?
Yeah, able to kind of stave off a little bit more there, but the damage has already been done. They lost 2 more towers with that push, and right now are only left to inhibitors. So they are playing Ackerman's game right now, as Ackerman's basically comfortable clearing out the jungle, waiting, and we see another engagement happening here.
Oh, CJ is getting brought low. Johnny Light comes from across the map. Mithia into the back line. Exile Rose does go down. Mithia does not want to stop. He keeps on pushing forward, trying to find a moment. Gauss Cutie luckily does get taken out for Deuce Knights. Mithia is relentless, pushing Hikaru back into the base along with the rest of the team.
Hikaru doing his best, is able to get a pick off there on the Gals Cutie and then find his way, navigate around both CJ and Mitsuya to get back to safety, but it's not really enough right now. We're starting to move into the later game, so I'm definitely waiting to see how Sicilian's going to be kind of clamoring up here. We see him now starting to build a little bit of that anti-heal because he has the damage items. I'm not sure what his stacks are. I'd imagine they'd be about at the 100 range right now with how this game has been going, but we are moving on to the next Lord push, which they are making short work of.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything Deuce Knights can do. Easy peasy does push in, maybe trying to think he could possibly get a play. That Dawning Light does so much damage though. Mitsuya tries to come in, but the heavy spin is ready to help with the disengage. Snipe shot just misses by a hair. Minions onto the tower of Ackerman. They're gonna have to disengage and set up for this Lord push.
Yeah, about all they can do right now is set up and turtle. And when we were looking at that items earlier, the Clint's just not farmed up enough for them to be doing enough damage. But again, like I was saying earlier into the match, like what they need to do is turtle up, let the Sicilian farm, get your items, and they might be able to come back here in the end game.
Yeah, can Deuce Knights come back?
We've seen how well Sicilian can defend some of these pushes, and as we're going to see how well it goes now.
Oh, Mitsuya does come in. Maybe goes a little bit too deep at the tower. Does go down. Easy peasy trying to find somebody. Does lock on a Mitsuya for there, but now the heavy spin is gone. Hikaru with a big knockup, but you're all alone, and the rest of the team just can't compromise. Zia does go down. It's 1 for 1. You lose a tower, but Deuce Knights defend once again. And I would argue if they could keep this up, we're starting to see the damage get there for that Sicilian.
I feel like that this is more along the lines of Ackerman knowing their limit. They had it. They came in. They wanted 1 tower. They got it, and then they disengaged. Sicilian just isn't there right now at this point. I'm not sure how many more stacks he needs to kind of start getting in that dangerous area. But even then, it's going to take a mistake by Ackerman. Not that we haven't seen them make mistakes. In fact, I think last week we saw them make a mistake against the Sicilian, where they were all kind of clamored up in that bush. Hiding by the blue buff, and then got taken out and almost lost a game because of it. So I mean, they do make mistakes, they can bleed, so it's just gonna come down to how patient Deuce Knights can be with this, because the early game, it's already gone. We're at the late game. This is where you're supposed to shine.
Clint did pick up a roar, so I mean, we're gonna be seeing quite a bit of penetration here now, and I feel like that might play a big factor. Most of Ackerman did have to build a lot of anti-magic just because of how magic heavy their team comp is. So maybe that plays into their factor into the late game, is that maybe the Clint shines instead of the Sicilian private.
Yeah, that is interesting because we do see three radiant armors on the side of Ackerman, which is kind of crazy. So that is all basically pointing at Sicilian, they're not trying to get surprised or get that much damage put onto them. So yeah, I agree. I think we will be looking at maybe Clint to start popping off here, but we still do have that grouping, that Sanguine Claws, maybe a combination with an enhanced chains from the Julian to kind of get them into CC, because we really have not seen them take advantage of the wombo combos that they can do yet.
The wombo combos, we definitely haven't seen it just yet. Now, Deuce Knights could still pull it off, and we're starting to see those bombs from Diggy become a bit more annoying. You know, they're just constantly there. I'm really upset he didn't pick up the Easter skin. I wanted to see the bunnies of death running after everyone. But with minions up against the base of Deuce Knights, can they really try to contest this? Gauss Cutie does get the falling baptism onto Easy Peasy, and the Dawning Light just keeps everyone back. Hikaru taken out. Gauss Cutie picks that up. Mitsuya brought very low. Exile Rose able to finish that off with a little bomb, but now Easy Peasy will go down. 2 for 1, and the Lord into the hands of Ackerman.
What a great read by Mitsuya there. As his team was taking the Lord, Mitsuya on that Esmeralda came all the way around and behind the Deuce Knots team. And we have another engagement here.
Big flicker in, but Gals does pay the price, but you take out Easy. I mean, you take out Hikaru for that, or you take out Rose. Now the rest of the team is here. It is 3 up against 2. They want to try to finish this. They're going to lock into the base. Shotguns out. Zia, though, is shot down. CJ now on the run. Michelle, he is hungry. He just walked right into a face full of bats right there and could not make it. Dawning Light comes in, brings Cloud pretty low, but Lord is here. Ackerman does not want to follow this up. They went for the finish, and mission was not completed.
Yeah, they were still able to get another inhibitor down there. But like I was saying, like just the setup that they have going in here. As Balmon was escaping, Yato able to cover his escape with a CC so that Michelle was not able to get close enough to actually do a Beyblade race up there. Easy peasy, taps out of that one.
Yeah, I don't think they were able to capture anybody with that heavy spin. It definitely could have been a tough time, and I feel like that's what Easy Peasy's lacking on right now, is that we're just not really seeing any sets. And I felt like this from the, you know, the very beginning. We need to see something from either Easy Peasy or even Hikaru, just being able to get something and stop someone, so that the Clint and the Sicilian can finally peek off.
Now, right now they're being starved out of their jungle. They're already setting up shop here. I mean, they can't even really move out of their base. They have one inhibitor left up at the top. And as we saw with that last Lord, just the setup that Ackerman is able to do. We have another one in here. Easy Peasy does think twice about it. Sanguine Claws does go wide, but they're still trying to engage here. And now it looks like we have a battle.
Yeah, Dawning Light does take a big tip of damage. Snipe shot on the Easy Peasy, but the stun comes in, and Zia's cleaning up. Double kill. Can he make it a triple? He does want more. Mitsuya into the back line. Rose gets sniped. Dawning Light finishes this game. It's only Easy Peasy. It's only Hikaru, and that's not enough for game 1. It's going over to Ackerman.
Was that a winter truncheon on the Balmond? What game is this? Oh.
Sheesh.
Definitely a great game, though. And Deuce Knights were able to kind of like hold off there, even with some of those final plays. I think the problem there, though, Zia was just able to farm in that gold lane untouched. And, you know, I said it in the draft. I said, you need to worry about Zia. You can't just let him hang out and just rack up gold in that gold lane. You got to put pressure on him. And because he was able to do whatever he wanted, that and Yato as well, both of them, their burst damage was just too much to handle.
They're like it not just that, but just how well they strategized for this and their placement on the map. Early game, all the pressure was on the gold lane and the gold lane jungle, to the point that Easy Peasy hadn't even gotten his blue buff before CJ was already in his jungle taking out minions there. And then I want to talk about Mitsuya, this play he made as that last Lord. the last Lord, where the entire team of Deuce Knights was kind of laying in wait, getting in position to kind of storm the Lord. Mitsui was able to flank them from behind, and it forced Deuce Knights to run out before they were ready. And it really, then Ackerman was able to clean it up very quickly and then get the Lord as well. It's just a masterful, even when it comes down to macro plays on their team.
Oh, they did really well. I mean, Ackerman wise, you know, and I was on the foot to possibly see a Deuce Knight comeback there, but they were just making small mistakes, and Ackerman was just there to take care of them.
Most definitely a great game. Zia definitely played great, but CJ, I think a well-deserved MVP. 7-0-7 from beginning to end. I mean, he controlled the beginning of the game. He was just on easy peasy nonstop in that jungle. He was on the teams of Deuce Knights. So it's definitely, I mean, it's not just Zia that they need to worry about. It's not just Yato. You know, the whole package of Ackerman can be a problem. You might focus hard on Zia one game, but then Yato carries. You might focus hard on Yato one game, and then CJ carries. So there definitely needs to be a wide range of how we're going to deal with this. Now, Easy Peasy picked up that Akai. I'm really hoping maybe in game 2 we see something that we'd like to see from Easy Peasy. Maybe a bit more of an assassin choice. I understand that they were first pick. Maybe you felt a little pressured into picking up that Akai and not surrendering it along with something else over, you know? So maybe we see him pick up something a bit more mechanical this time, a bit more fast-paced, a bit more Easy Peasy paced.
The problem is Easy Peasy, the mechanical choices are usually those assassins, and a lot of assassins get beat out by the speed in which Balmond can clear his jungle.
Yeah.
So while you're trying to clear out that first buff, you're going to be worrying consistently about Balmond invading. The only person who I think can match up right now is the changes that can happen to Natalia, which already gets banned out, so we're not going to be seeing that. Because she actually has a jungler. I've been seeing it overseas as well. She clears on the same level as Balmond with the speed. But like I said, every other assassin, every other mechanical hero, Balmond, you're gonna have to worry about how fast he clears, and that what we saw last game with those invades.
Natalia's solid, and I think I'm glad that we're starting to see it. I'm glad more teams are starting to pick it up now. Akai now getting banned from the side of Deuce Knights. I don't think it's something, even though it lost last game, I just don't think it's something that they want to definitely deal with. Ackerman respecting the Julian now, because even though, I mean, Hikaru made some nice picks on that Julian. We were worried it wasn't going to do great. He completely 1v1 Mitzi on the early game, and then was still, even when they were falling behind, was able to make some important plays throughout the game.
Definitely made some important plays, which is showing it just a little bit of a respect ban there. But I feel like they need to line something up. I don't think this time around a Diggy pick is what you need. You need someone that can actually make sets. So that's what I want to see from Deuce Knights this time.
Well, I also feel like with all that pressure that was happening up at Marksman lane, even down, so you would expect there to be maybe some opening down at XP lane, but Deuce Knights were even losing that as well with the Julian into the Esmeralda. Esmeralda was just being able to maneuver around a lot of those abilities. So maybe something, if there needs to be, if there's a weakness that they are exploiting, you need to be able to answer that with something. Maybe a Dairoth would have been a better pick against Esmeralda in the lane, and they're going to go immediately for this Balmond, and I'm wondering if there is some type of answer for it.
I mean,
not allow him to get the beer.
Yeah, I think you could pick up something, you know, a nice tank for your front side instead of something more supportive, kind of like what G was saying. Instead of the Diggy, maybe pick up something like the Atlas, something like the Franco, you know? I like the fact that they're prioritizing the Beatrix. You don't want to give it over to Zia, but there's still a lot of options for Zia here, right? But you definitely don't want to let the Beatrix fall into his hands. I think whatever their choice is, they need to make sure that this time their marksman isn't 0-2 when Zia is like 1-0-7. You know what I'm saying? Like, they need to make sure they're getting the upper hand in that gold lane, because right now gold lane is what is winning these games.
But the biggest thing that we're seeing here is Zia's probably about to get a 1-1 here.
tells
Yeah,
all.
we'll see because they're not prioritizing it right now.
I mean, they don't
amazingly
have
enough.
to since the marksman's already picked, you know. But I mean, it coming into the the second ban phase. I mean, if they don't pick Wan, I definitely would get rid of it.
Yeah. I'm still iffy
Yep.
about Wan. I'm still like, I don't know. Like, I think she's an amazing hero. I think she's definitely OP. But I just like right here, they're gonna pick up the Claude because I think the Claude is solid. Like, no matter what. Like, I think the Claude is like, I think the Claude is now like, in my opinion, I think it's kind of surpassed the Wan. When it comes to gold lane, when it comes to team fights, when it comes to things like that, the Beatrix is definitely like top tier, and I'm starting to put Claude up there with that.
Yeah, well, and he is another one of those ones that is a very late game. So I think we're going to see a decent amount of pressure put back onto this gold lane as well, because Claude is not one of those people that shines on his own, unfortunately, because he's going to need to be kind of babysat. I'm kind of interested that we went back for the Sicilian because I kind of want to see some type of protection, something early game that can help kind of counteract these invades that we are sure to see from the Belmont pick with CJ, because we saw him, he was all over their jungle and there really wasn't much that they could do to stop it. We do have a Franco picked up here, which is going to give us that harassment, that early little bit of aggression, depending on how well you can land those hooks to maybe upset some of those buffs and everything. So we'll see if that works out for them.
I like the Franco pick. I think it's solid. I think it could be what keeps CJ out of their jungle a little bit here. You know, like, especially once he hits level 4, CJ isn't going to be able to be as aggressive as he normally would. And Deuce Knights had trouble making picks last time. I mean, there's not a whole lot of skill mechanics when it comes to the ultimate of Franco. Yes, the hook takes some skill, but if CJ wants to come in, you can easily just lock him down with the click of a button.
Yeah. And I'm still over here contemplating what they possibly want to go with for tank wise, you know. Already getting rid of the Karina, and even for the jungle side of Deuce Knights here, it's just like everything's up in the air. It's such a tough decision. I mean, possibly.
Easy Peasy's been known to run it. I think the Paquito might be a possible pick for him here. It's not I don't think it's like the best jungler in the game, but I think it's still viable.
Yeah, we have Paquito out there. We also have Dairoth. Yeah, I was about to say, because that may be something to go ahead and go into that XP lane against Esmeralda. And it does fit well with the Franco. If you can land a hook, he can just immediately unleash that burst damage. Doesn't have to get close to the team fight where Dairoth does not shine. And I like this pickup by them.
Nato now hovering over the Eve.
The moment they ban Ling, I seen the Eve coming.
I like the Eve, and I think like the Xavier could work here as well. But the Eve, the only problem with the Eve though is like I feel like you're a bit more stationary. Yes, your like mobility overall is good, but when it comes to those team fights, going up against a Franco, a Dairoth, the burst damage of what I'm seeing on Deuce Knights right now, like it's a bit scary being a Eve. I feel like when you bring up that ultimate.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna need it. It's interesting too, because you're as Rose here, as the roamer, you're gonna need to make a decision as a Franco how you're setting these things up, because you're gonna have an Eve there in the background who you're gonna want to be saving those iron hooks for. And we don't really have I was about to say, like the original pick with a Thamus. I don't really feel like that can get to the back lane. Yeah. Lance, not so much. Not going to have that big of a problem getting to the back lane and onto a Eve. But is he going to be able to unleash that much damage to be able to take her out in time for the damage that she's going to be able to do to the entire team?
Yeah, I mean, the Lance sounds good. I think it just have a problem against the Balmond. The Thamus, I like the Thamus. I think with the Sicilian, with the Beatrix, you have enough damage. You maybe like, I think as long as Franco or Sicilian can kind of focus on the Eve, Thamus can be that front line. And I think the Thamus is like solid. I think he's such a solid pick right now in the meta. I think like you can practically put him anywhere and he can work.
Yeah, the problem is where this team shines looks like to be about the mid to the late game, and as we move into the mid and late game, we're gonna have to be dealing with an Esmeralda and then the Claude, who's gonna be shredding them. If they can find an opening, you already know that Zia's gonna be running in there with that Blazing Duet and Demon Hunter sword to shred them down. So it's gonna be we're gonna see how well. I feel like this is gonna come down to the Franco. Game 2 here of Deuce Knights taking on Ackerman.
I want to point something out. Did you see the 3 support emblems from Raph, Esme, and Claude?
That's normal.
I mean it's normal, but that's
Esmeralda
like
always picks that up. I think it's weird to have like 3 of them on one
that's
game.
a lot of support.
It's a lot of gold. It's a lot of gold. I think it's a solid pick. And looking at the side of Ackerman right now, I'm wondering if we're still going to see CJ be as aggressive as he was last game against the Thamos. And it looks like Ackerman is they're already trying to force this engage, but Hikaru has come up. Nice sanguine claws. Easy peasy. Now chasing down Gals and picks up first blood. CJ on the run. I think this game, you're going to want to stay out of that jungle, Ackerman.
Yeah. They tried to dip into that well one more time, and Ackerman was not, or Deuce Knights were not having it. I couldn't see who got that, or if Easy Peasy was actually able to pick that up. But
I just want to say,
a different game.
T-Rex had a little bit of salt there. I don't,
No salt, no salt.
What I am liking is even every little thing that Ackerman can do to their advantage, they do. Whether it's having the roam, jungle, and mage start off the damage on the buff, they do that. And just to give him just the smallest advantage when it comes to the timing of getting back up here and rotating back to mid, and then as you see them moving down toward the XP lane. They're so good about all these little things that they can do to maximize the speed in which they move through the jungle.
And I feel
they're
like
able to switch gears quick. Like they're able to switch like after taking that loss, they're now moving on to something different.
Yeah, and I feel like that the way they went with the Sicilian again to possibly secure that late game, they just need to be able to control objectives here, T-Rex, and we might see a decent fight.
Yeah, everybody is here, but it is 4 up against 3. Mitsuya still down in the XP lane. Deuce Knights trying to claim this turtle. They don't want to fall behind like they did last game. CJ, though, is coming in. He does have the lethal counter. It comes down. CJ takes that turtle, that objective. Yato now with that world manipulation. Michelle trying to run away, does get away. So another objective taken by Ackerman there, but the gold still at a standstill.
Yeah, they're still keeping it up right now, and they didn't take a loss there, which is what I was worried about. Michelle able to go ahead and pop those sprint boots to get out of the Eve ult there, but we might have another wild hook, unfortunately. And that's why I said that. I feel like it's going to be on Rose. Just needs to get his composure so that we can get to landing these hooks, because that's going to be the game changer, I feel like, when it comes to this game.
Yeah, look at the Rose and the natural habitat, just throwing hooks out to the wild. Can she land? No, Gals does get pulled in from that wild hook. An Exile Cloud picks up the kill. Zia now on the run, but the bloody hunt comes in, and you cannot run when the hunt is on you. Cloud with the double kill. No, that kill does go into the hands of Michelle there, but Deuce Knights definitely handling business in game 2.
And I was actually going to point something out here, from the side of Deuce Knights. I feel like this is what they have to do, They have to utilize that Franco. That was a crazy double set. Like, out of my expectations, just blew it out of the water.
That's just a double set. Franco was able to, a little bit of engagement here now.
Oh, Michelle does go down to that lethal counter, but now Easy Peasy may go down as well. The hook comes in. CJ now on the run, but he's going to be able to get away. Gals Cutie has his back.
What was I going to say up there is that he was able to land the hook, but did not use the bloody hunt. He knew that Cloud was going to be able to damage him down and get the kill up there. Instead, he used the bloody hunt for Zia when he activated that blazing duet. So that's just telling you about the patience of Rose on this Franco right now.
What in the world?
Oh, she walked right into that one. The shot comes out. Exile Cloud picks up another kill. Now, Exile Cloud 2-0-1, starting to scale a bit here. Zia does use a Blazing Duet to try to clear this wave as fast as possible. Gonna maybe rotate up. We do have a Lord up, and I don't think Easy Peasy wants to lose this one, but CJ's comfortable. Look at him. He's just walking there. Hook onto the Lord. They're trying to sock him up. Easy Peasy able to take the turtle this time. CJ brought down low, forced to go back to his jungle.
They're starting to build the momentum. Let me just say, there's only so much juking and jiving you can do when a Franco enters your bush to try to sidestep a hook there.
That's what we need to see by Rose, though. We need to see that Bloody Hunt be available during a turtle take, you know, or don't even go for turtles at the point. But they are scaling right now that they're able to secure those objectives. But if it comes down to it, is it really worth going for the turtle if you possibly could take a tower instead?
Debatable. I think CJ is like that now. He may change up his idea, but I think he was comfortable. Like, I can take this turtle. I have a lethal counter and I have a retribution.
Yeah, but we're starting to see an opposite right now. We're starting to see the pressure be put on. Easy Peasy, a little bit of a dangerous position right now.
Yeah, he is going to get taken down here. Nice Blazing Duet. Galsky because get the stun, but the tower goes into the hands of Deuce Knights. Maybe a purposeful sacrifice, maybe not, but I will call that a nice trade. Exile Cloud and taking some big damage. Zia tries to flicker in. CJ under the tower with the lethal counter, but can't get the finish. Yato finishes the deal, though. Galscutie able to get taken out. Michelle picks up that kill herself, gets a response back onto Michelle, but it is a 1-for-1 trade. Actually a 2-for-1 trade, but a tower goes in the hands. Hikaru working onto this tower now, able to take it. Will he be able to? He's going up against CJ off cam. CJ wants to re-engage. Does get that spin on Hikaru. Hikaru throws the flicker away. But the counter catches him right on the edge. Right on the edge. He will go down.
Oh, that bait. Man, I would have been on that too. He really thought he had the opening there, but using just the map awareness by the side of Ackerman, that's just not something you're going to be able to get easily off of them. And even answering the tower with a tower of their own, as Mitsuya was able to take the bottom tower.
And these are the rotations we need to see, you know, now Gold Lane's got that the conceal play possibly.
Yeah, Conceal Blade does come in, but Galscutie's ready for it. But wait, the hook pulls him back in. This will be it for Galscutie, but the turtle will fall into the hands of Ackerman. We're now looking at 6-4 and 1,000 gold lead into the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, and even though they're starting to get up on the board with kills, I mean, Ackerman right now with the objectives still able to keep and maintain the leads here.
Oh, those hooks are getting closer and closer. Rose was a little off with them at first, but like you said, that's what Ackerman has kind of shown good. That's what Area 77 used to show good at. That's what some of these top teams, even when they're losing these kills, they know how to make up for it in the gold department, right? They know how to farm, they know how to rotate, and they know how to keep the game even when it almost looks like they're losing.
Yeah, and we're seeing that CXJ, no one's just being able to catch the ball on, and just the thickness that we're having here, we can kind of see that he really only has the Guardian Helm right now and a lot of defensive items.
His thickness level is over 9,000. Definitely a hard one to kill.
See that golden staff just got picked up by Zia, and I think this is going to start changing how these battles are fought, because now you're going to have the menace that is that Claude coming in with that blazing duet.
Point out the fact that Exile Cloud, though, picked up this Hunter Strike, right? And you win for big damage, but that's going to give him a bit more movement speed in some of these fights, right? Especially if he wants to just use the Mach, you know? Use Nibiru instead of the Sniper or something like that and kind of move around, spin around. He's going to have the ability to do that. Instead of going straight into like a Malefic Roar or something of that nature, he went for something a bit more utility and penetration-based.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, if you can catch CJ, right here, baby.
Finally, the Abysm Strike does come in, but Zia's here with the Blazing Duet. And right when they think they had him, the rest of the team is here to help out. Easy peasy does take out Gals, but you're caught in the middle of a lot, and CJ gets that kill. Now the suppression onto Yato. They're trying to get something. Yato picked off from the back line. Michelle firing in these cannons. Mitsuya and CJ want to try to fight back. It's a 3-for-3 on the map. Mitsuya wants to continue. Hikaru back from the base, ready to fight up against Mitsuya as Michelle finds some safety under the tower, but the Lord is now open pickings for CJ. Hikaru may try to steal this. He wants to see if he can find an angle. He wants to see if he can shine right now. Does bring in the engage Sanguine Claws to try to help out, and Hikaru takes the Lord. What a play. The lethal counter won't do the job here.
Dairoth stole a Lord from a Balmond. Hang your head in shame right now, but Hikaru on fire.
Yo, I mean, this is the lead that DK needed here. Can they turn this around? You know, like now they have to utilize this Lord to this fullest capability. The whole team is back. What do you think they can do here, T-Rex?
I don't know. We will see. Deuce Knights. I mean, I wouldn't say that Deuce Knights just has the game, but they have a nice lead, and Easy Peasy knows it. The Lord is coming in. Zia should be able to melt down onto this Lord fast. I think Deuce Knights just need to not be too aggressive. Road Manipulation does come out. Zia follows up with the Blazing Duet, but just can't get the finish. Gauss Cutie takes some big damage. Forced to run away. Exile Rose looking for the moment, trying to find the hook here, trying to see if he can pull someone in to get a pick. They take a tower. They regain the map. Deuce Knights back into this game.
Let me tell you how proud I am for them to disengage on that. I could tell how hungry and how much they really wanted to make something out of that, but they just went ahead, they got what they wanted, they turned around, and they're going to go ahead and regroup on the map here. But what a great, a solid advantage opened up by Hikaru here, and then able to get a tower now, and they have basically stolen the lead right now from Ackerman.
I wouldn't say stolen. I would say it's been going back and forth. Stolen would sound like Ackerman just had it in the bag. But I will say they're playing a much, much better game this time, G.
They are. And I mean, just that luck on being able to secure the Lord allowed them to change the tide a little bit into their favor in this side now. But now they need to not let off. Don't let Ackerman breathe. But also don't make mistakes, because then it's gonna cause some problems.
You're asking a lot here, G.
I'm trying.
I want you to go full throttle, but also drive slow at the same time. All right, DK? That's
Just
what we need from you.
NOS. Don't use the NOS.
Crazy. Now, Deuce Knights is taking it slow here, though, and I like that. Lanes freeze, not being too crazy.
Yeah, right now I think it's going to start coming down to this. Ooh, looks like we're camping this Esmeralda. It's going to come down to these XP laners or the solo pushers being able to get these side lanes and come and bring it back to help their team during the sword fights. Oh, yeah.
Watch this. I'm waiting to watch this. Wait for the hook, the possible conceal play. Everyone grouped up. Exile Cloud does finally show himself, and like you said, what's going to come down to how long do you want to wait in a bush, and how much are you going to let your lane get pushed in on the macro?
I mean, they were singing Kumbaya on that bush. Each team they whipped out the marshmallows, but now the Lord is spawning. I mean, this is where you have to zone out. I mean, Balmont's all up there alone. Conceal play.
Watch for this. Yeah, and here it does come. XL Rose the flicker. Bloody Hunt comes in, and CJ finally goes down. The first kill comes in, but Zia comes in with the Blazing Duet, followed up by the Road Manipulation, but they're on Yato like flies, and Zia is shot down. Finally, the revenge comes in from Exile Cloud. Michelle zoning off Gal's Cutie, maybe trying to get a steal for himself. Yato maybe trying to get a steal for themselves, but Easy Peasy is too fast. They want to take this to game 3. Mystia now on the run. Exile Rose is here. The hook locks in. Target brought in, and Michelle will chase down Hikaru with the flicker. Abysm Strike, and Mitsuya goes down. It's 5 up against 2. Make that 5 and a Lord.
Wow.
Who are these guys? That play by Cloud as soon as Zia came in with that Blazing Duet just got narrowly out of the way in that bush, and as Zia came close to the bush, had a shotgun waiting for him to kind of open that up again. Beautiful outplay there by Cloud.
Yeah, now with the Lord coming in, can DK secure some redemption? Can they do something? But CJ and Z are working away. This Lord inhibitor does go down, and Deuce Knights, as we said before, keep it simple, play it safe, hit the gas, but hit the brakes. Find your moment to move in on this, and they are going to take the slow, but minions are here, and they think they can take more. Easy peasy coming on tower. Snipe shot comes out from Cloud. Tower brought down to about half health as Cloud continues to work onto it. Another inhibitor down. Sniper comes out, he misses the shot, and CJ just trying to defend up at the top. Easy peasy. Hikaru maybe looking for something else. Deuce Knights are hitting the gas now. They don't want to let up. They're not trying to freeze these lanes. They are keeping it aggressive.
I'm waiting for Cloud to hit that American Sniper moment, you know, and then just change the tide there, you know? What do you think, Private?
Yeah, I mean, right now they're being very careful. I really like this play from the side of Deuce Knights here. I mean, they're really taking it to it's kind of amazing to me how on the back foot Ackerman is right now, especially with the composition that they have. And now, I mean, right now, what is it, like a 7K gold lead in favor of Deuce Knights? I mean, it's actually the Ackerman's going to have to make something happen here, because they're basically getting capitalized on all the mistakes that they make. When you saw CJ out there solo killing or solo laning there, they were already ready with a concealed play, brought him down quickly, and the rest of the team had to kind of try to adjust around that, and then got caught themselves.
Yeah, I don't know if there's much that Ackerman can do here, man. Like, wait a second, conceal play. Conceal play. Yes, he knows. He's like, I'm not going out there. I know you're there. There's like smoke coming out from that bush right there. It's like, it's pretty obvious, guys. But the thing is like, I feel like unless Deuce Knights just makes a huge whiff, right? A huge mistake, then they kind of have this in the back. You still have Michelle and the Sicilian, who last game was almost the redemption. And that was when they were behind. This time, Deuce Knights very ahead. And they don't only have the Sicilian, but they also have Cloud, who's playing an amazing game on this Beatrix right now.
And they are still in that bush, man. What are they? They're going to...
They're sandwich. They're going to come in from the back.
Yo.
They're going to come in. Back door.
Oh
God. The flicker comes in. Zia goes down. That's the one they needed. Real manipulation does come out. CJ doesn't lock onto Cloud, but he is able to finally pick up the kill. Now the rest of the team is going. It's a marksman for a marksman, but CJ is caught in the midst of many. Hikaru working away in the tower, so 3 members of Ackerman have to go back. This means CJ is alone between 3 of his enemies. There's nothing CJ can do here. There's no way he gets away from this, but he wants to try, wants to fight. The immortality pops, and that's going to be it for CJ. 2 for 1. A nice trade, and the retribution goes down for the side of Ackerman.
Yeah, the retribution down. There's really not much that they can do to stop this Lord right now. It's not an 18-minute Lord, so there is still life. They are going to be able to mow this down with an organized play and we do. Oh wow!
Oh, Mitsuya is trying something though, along with Gals. They want to try to keep them at. No cheeky plays here. Easy peasy waiting, able to use that retribution correctly, and the bloody hunt comes in. Mitsuya maybe next. Michelle firing off bombs. Zia picks up Hikaru off the cam, but now Mitsuya is trying to just stall them, buy time. A huge wave of minions sitting at the bottom of your base as Lord is encroaching down the middle. Easy peasy. Cloud back on the map. But they are a little distanced from this Lord, and with Zia back on the map as well, they should make quick work of it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like that 18-minute Lord is really the one that you really have to worry about when you have no inhibitors left, because it is empowered. I think it's like the final form of the Lord that you get.
Final form.
They're able to take that down
Super
quite.
This isn't even his final form.
And so they do have a little bit of a breathing room. I feel like a little bit of a misplay there by Hikaru, so early and eager to kind of push in and try to get that kill when he had the entire team of Ackerman there waiting, which kind of didn't give them the full 5-man that they needed to push in with that Lord.
Yeah. The best thing that Deuce Knights right now is doing is that they're actually making strategic plays, and their patience is the key to their victory here. I mean, with the Kung Fu Panda skin, I feel like peace and patience is what they need.
I like it. I like it a lot. Now, the question is, with that patient, we're starting to see them let up a little bit, maybe getting a little impatient as we creep in closer to this 20-minute mark. They're pushing in lords, they're pushing in waves, but at what point do you stop? And it seems like we have found that point. Right now it's let's get around this lord, let's prepare, let's maybe macro a little bit in one of these waves, but let's try to kind of pull the side of Ackerman out a little bit and give ourselves vision around the mid sides of these maps.
Yeah, right now, it's interesting because I'm not sure how confident that they are in their team fighting ability against Ackerman, because they keep pushing these lanes in and they don't keep freezing the lanes, which is what I would do. But like, everybody's full build right now, so I mean, yeah, it's pretty much just gonna come down to a team fight. You don't really have to get anybody fed anymore. Everybody's got their entire build, so we've basically got 44 seconds to see who makes the first mistake, or if we're gonna win, if we're gonna go for a team fight here.
But Michelle will continue to get stronger, and that's, I think, the advantage for Deuce Knights. Like, let's just hypothetically say Ackerman gets this next Lord, right? I don't think they take out Deuce Knights in that one Lord push, unless they get, like, a full sweep or something. But, like, let's just say they steal the Lord. I think Deuce Knights still has, you know, they have several towers still up. They have a nice defense ready, even if they fall into the back foot for a minute of this game. Oh, wait a second, big hook. Michelle is there. Easy Peasy tries to lock in, but Gauss Cutie able to flicker away. The real manipulation comes out, though, and it's going to happen right before Lord. Hikaru comes in, almost gets caught up, but that is a big utility wasted as Lord is up. No real manipulation. CJ and Gals are going to be against the world here as Rose tries to keep them at bay. He does not have that bloody hunt, though, but the hook lands on a CJ. Brought in. CJ taking a lot of damage, but they all flicker away as Zia comes in, trying to do something. Mitsuya also caught him between many. The immortality pops. The CJ continues to be relentless on Easy Peasy. They pick up the kill, but Mitsuya and Yato are down. It's 2 for 1. But Ackerman keep retribution on the map.
Ooh. Yeah, well, what an amazing play there. Even though they got caught.
Make that.
Yeah, so it is now 3 down for Ackerman. So they are not in a good position, even though they do have the retribution. Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and try to force this down the throat of Ackerman's side.
I mean, you have 2 ults, though. Wait a second, though, comes in. Blazing Duet does come out. CJ suppressed, locked down. Immortality pops. Can they get the finish? They do. Zia almost goes out on the business stripe. Cloud has locked in, and he will not go down. That is the game for Deuce Knights. 1-1, ladies and gentlemen.
I get PTSD every single time I see a Bia with a shotgun at the base. It was like 3 shots. She came, just like pow, pow, pow. All right, good night, guys. I'm going home.
Oh my. Yeah, that was a crazy game. I could not believe again, we were saying it in there. The patience was key to victory here, and one mistake, one team fight is all it took, Private.
I'm not sure if it was one mistake. I feel like Ackerman, since mid-game, was kind of fighting from behind. They were starting to get taken out. They were starting to get caught out for a lot of things. Even though that last fight, Rose was able to get the hook onto CJ, it was actually onto Gal's Cutie, which is what they didn't want. And I saw a lot of abilities being expelled there, so I was actually kind of worried for Deuce Knights there for a moment. But the same amount of abilities being used to try to get Gal's Cutie out of that situation. We saw the real world manipulation come down. We saw Zia coming in with that blazing duet, so they didn't have that as the rest of Deuce Knights were backing off. So they went onto the chase without all of those abilities, and unfortunately, even though they were able to get down and take down Easy Peasy, which is the retribution on Deuce Knight's side, they lost 3 players on their side, meaning they weren't going to be able to capitalize and take that Lord from them. It's just amazing, what do you call it, contrast between the first game and the second game.
Yeah, definitely a big contrast. And at this point, it feels like Deuce Knights could maybe come back. I think the most important thing we need to think about is I think Beatrix needs to be banned. like if you're not going to first pick her, I think she may be the mixture here, right? Not only that, but Rose, I was a little iffy about the hooks in the first minute or two, but really started coming through. Maybe a little rusty. Maybe it's been a while since they played the Franco. But once they got into the groove of thing, just laying down law with that iron hook. Definitely excited excited for game 3 here. Might just mess up a lot of people's predictions, right? Like, I think a lot of people put Ackerman as the win. I personally put Ackerman as the win here, but at this rate, I really believe it could go either way.
Yeah, isn't that the truth though? You have that first 2 minutes when you get a Franco on your team, and if they miss the hook with the no space, you're like, all right, he's trashed. All right, guys, let's go ahead and it's all over. But it took a little bit for Rose to kind of get into the shake of things. But man, like I said, right from the beginning, able to land a hook, waited for the Beatrix to pull out that damage, didn't use that bloody hunt, but saved the bloody hunt for Zia, who immediately after launched into that blazing duet and then got suppressed down. I mean, it's just an amazing. The stats don't usually show it, but I mean, hats off to Rose as well as Cloud. I feel like the both of them just played an amazing game that really kind of prepped Deuce Knights into a winning scenario there.
Yeah, they played a great game together there. Like the Beatrix and the Franco, such a deadly combo together. I don't know if Ackerman's gonna want to give that up here. Now, Ackerman did win the first. Right now, we're having a second pick has been kind of doing well, right? Now, I think if it's open, Deuce Knights need to just pick up that Beatrix first pick here. Forget the Akai, forget it all, lock in that Beatrix immediately.
Yeah, and if we do a little comparing and contrasting from like the bans of the first and second game, the one thing that did slip through was that Franco. They banned Franco on the first game, let it in the second game. You're saying the Bia, but I think it was the Bia Franco combo that was absolutely feeding it, you know? Like the Franco was there hitting the hooks and the Bia was just like pop, pop.
Was definitely like pop pop. No better way to put it at all. Just hook, pop, pop.
Well, it countered. It helped to counter that initial aggression too, and it's also due to the team recognizing where their failings happened in the first game, where they were allowing Balmond to basically invade them and have his way in their jungle. And you saw that right from the beginning of that second game. You saw that CJ tried to invade again and got shut down quickly by the rest of the team, kind of collapsing around that area. To show that, yeah, we're not allowing that anymore. And that kind of like stunted it, kind of set them a little bit behind. They still played a very solid game, but without, like I said, and I've said this before about Ackerman, we have to see how they play when they are not in a dominating position, not when they get that early game and they're already 2K ahead, how they play when they're behind. And that's what these games are going to start showing us too. If Deuce Knights can kind of keep up that pressure as we move into this third and final game.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing we also have to look at here, right? The Ballman's banned, the Akai's banned. We're going to be forced to see CJ fall into soming a little bit different here, right? So I'm wondering what he's going to end up picking up as jungle, but Beatrix is on the field and Cloud pryos that. I think it is a very, very important, especially since it's open. You can't give that to Zia. You have to take it for yourself. And yes, the Franco helped, but I still think it is such an important pick right now. Ackerman, now, do they pick up the Esmeralda again? You know, do they do what they've been doing, or do they try something a little bit different here?
I mean, they're gonna have to just a tad bit. We've seen the fight on side of Deuce Knights, the fire. They would not give up. They kind of did, like I was saying, they didn't, you know, they weren't using that NOS, but they were being aggressive. So maybe they go more for an aggressive camp. I think they should
steal the Franco.
I mean,
they don't.
They don't. Franco's probably going to come back in here again. If it's not broken, don't fix it.
So then that means we're going to be seeing a mid lane Julian here, possibly. I don't favor, like I said, for me the ranking goes jungle Julian, mid lane Julian, XP lane Julian, as far as the ones that I like and I favor and feel like that he shines in. And we're gonna pick up that Franco, good pick up on the side of Deuce Knights here. Just such a pivotal role in that second game. And it looks like, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah. I mean, and you that is definitely spicy. But what if you just walk into a bloody hunt, yo? Like,
Yeah,
you're just
that's what I'm
gonna
saying. Like,
walk
is that
into a
really
bloody hunt.
smart into a Franco?
I'm iffy. Like, maybe you make it work, but you just really have to play around the map. And we already saw how Rose likes to hover around Cloud up in the top side. So, like, you're not getting to Cloud, right? Like, you're not getting Cloud. You're going to have to either focus on Michelle and focus on the enemy jungler. And if Easy Peasy picks up the Thamus again, can you really even deal with that much tankiness?
I was gonna say Thamus or Ling. Let's see the godly Ling in action, you know? Because can Fanny really even hunt you down if you're on the wall?
I don't know. I think the Thamus was solid. I like the Ling. Like, the Ling works, but I think, like, you already have so much damage with Cloud and Michelle. Like, you just need something else to be bulky in the front at this point. Something else to just kind of be that meat sack that takes objectives.
Oh, jeez. that's a quite the word there.
Quite the analogy.
Do we see them pick up an Alice though? I don't think we've seen an Alice in a while. We've seen it come out first, but then it just ooh.
Spicy.
Fooled ya.
Fooled ya. Jeez.
Then I was going to be a little concerned about where this Julian was going to go, and they have left open those micro intensive heroes. I don't think any of this means anything. I think he's going to go ahead and land right on that Ling.
Or Saber.
Fight for my dreams.
Saber would
Family.
I like Saber
Karina
more into a Fanny just because Saber's ability to his ults doesn't really need to be aimed. Fanny comes near him, he can go ahead and throw on that triple sweep. So it's gonna be really interesting to see what he goes with here. He's gonna wait out until the very end here.
I think he's gonna lock in the Karina. I think that's the pick.
I mean, you can
tank Karina.
Maybe.
Yeah, no way he's going. Damage Karina is a laugh. I'm sorry. I mean, maybe he goes it. Maybe he goes it. I think you, like I said, they have plenty of damage, and now with the Paquito as well, you have some nice mid-game spike damage. Even if Paquito ends up building tankier towards the end, you still have a nice mid-game spike, some quick rotations, some nice possible engages from him. And then as we go into the late game, you have plenty of bulkiness to supply the space for Cloud and Michelle to drop bombs.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how we go into this early game. Are we going to try to invade? Are we going to try to stand at our buffs and let that go out? Because I feel like being stagnant really falls into the Ackerman plan here. Because as soon as Fanny gets that blue buff, it's pretty much it's a wrap for how many cables that she can start shooting on, how fast she can get around the map there. But this is it, boys. In the last game, game 3 between Ackerman and Deuce Knights.
Smash them.
Definitely excited for this one. I think it's going to be a big one, and already Deuce Knights proving us slightly wrong. I'm not gonna lie, I came into this thinking Ackerman had the 2-0 in them, but Deuce Knights, as typical, the wild card team could knock Ackerman into the lower bracket tonight.
And if that's the case, that's gonna upset a lot of picks and predictions. I think. I don't know if anybody's gonna be standing.
It's gonna change everything.
Did any of us have Deuce Knights over Ackerman?
I didn't know. I don't think anyone in the Discord did.
I'm losing my money tonight, boys.
The one guy who picked Deuce Knights now has a huge lead over everyone in the predictions contest. So looking at this, right?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
You're good. Looking at this, I'm thinking, I'm wondering how this Aerithel, that's like the pick right now. That's who I'm wondering about. I think it does have the kiting ability to possibly deal with the Beatrix, but we're going to see how well Zia does do on it. Easy peasy. Moving on to Gals here, forcing out the flicker, misses the hook. Watch Yato, misses the enhanced change, and we're going to have a bit of a disengage.
Did you just see the Franco flicker? What was that?
He was trying to get away from the enhanced chains. He was a little bit slowed down.
I was wondering who was going to do that. Ooh, but while we're talking,
CJ picks up a pick off map. Hikaru does go down.
Yeah, and this unfortunately we're gonna have to be watching on how we support these mages and these marksmen, because that's gonna be CJ's big target. He doesn't care about the XP lane. He's not gonna be trying to get the picks off there. Not gonna be trying to go against the Karina. He wants those squishy heroes so they never have time to take off. And right now, looks like we're gonna go ahead and start up on this first turtle.
And several members of Ackerman are here. I don't think there's anything that Deuce Knights can do to even contest that. And I like the fact that they're not. They're like, all right, we're just going to take our buff and rotate elsewhere onto the map.
Yeah, they were like vultures on that turtle there. They were like, Ackerman was swarming it. But the biggest thing that we're seeing here is that Ackerman's going really, really hard in the early game like they always do. And we're still seeing possibly a little bit more of a late game comp by Deuce Knights here. That if they do fall into that aspect again, they're gonna have to make some really good plays here. And I think maybe this Grok was a really good pick.
Yeah, but look at Easy Peasy. He's already a whole level ahead of CJ right now. He's been a bit faster on this jungle. And CJ, he did get that kill earlier, but Easy Peasy is just like taking his time. He's not trying to be super aggressive. He's just farming until this mid game comes.
Yeah, but my only problem with that is right now is we're not answering any of these early objectives with anything of our own from the side of Deuce Knights.
Up in the top?
Slowly, but yeah. Oh, wow. And as I say that, we see Mitsuya gets picked off there, but now a dive in that mid.
Oh, Cutthroat comes out. CJ picks up the kill, but Easy Peasy wants to try to find one of his own. Gets walked right into a wild charge, trying to get away, but Zia does not want to stop him. A beautiful wall. Easy Peasy trying to just escape. Able to almost make it, but Yato with the lockdown. In comes Cloud. Nice shotgun, but CJ is here and gonna pick up the pickings. Gonna grab it all. And now Easy Peasy trying to find something into that back line. Does find Zia, so they find something to salvage. CJ trying to walk away for this, but he is out of energy, using those cables very sparingly, but overall Ackerman comes out on top in that trade-off.
Yeah, 2 and 5 right now, even with that pickup from the side of Deuce Knights, just showing how well and how skilled CJ is. That's the problem with a Fanny in this early game is any of your heroes get down kind of low, she'll be able to swoop in. Enhanced chains up on top though.
Oh, and Hikaru will go down. Yato making this mid lane Julian look very, very nice right now.
Yeah, and this is why I said, like, I put this over the XP lane Julian, but not over the jungler Julian. Just because from mid, you can reach out to the rest of the map and be able to kind of rotate pretty quickly, just not as fast as if you were a jungler.
I think Ackerman kind of, you know, you were thinking about it in the early game, T-Rex, and you were saying that, you know, like the Fanny into a Franco might not be good, but I personally think they just pulled out their special weapon and now they're just waving it about in front of Deuce Knights.
And he went for Hikaru too early off. Like I was saying, like, who are you going to go for? Who are you going to go for? And he has been focused on the EXP lane a little bit because it is a decent target, right? Cloud now possibly going down to Zia. Yato tries to get the pick off. Cloud forced to go back to base. And this game, Cloud is not having as good as a start as last time. Rose now under the tower. Gals takes a few tower shots. Rose taking a lot of damage, misses the hook. Yato searching, trying to find a moment, but the Bat's Feast keeps him at bay.
Yeah, and unfortunately this game, it feels like Rose is having a harder time landing those iron hooks. You see a lot of them kind of going wide there, and then when he does land them, it feels like his team he hasn't landed them in so long, his team is having problems actually initiating on it.
Oh, hard to try and get away, but Falling Star Moon comes in. CJ does not force it, decides he just can't pull it off. He doesn't have that cutthroat, so he goes for the tower instead.
Yeah, and I think that was the original plan, and that's kind of like what you get from what some of these top tier teams is, especially when they jump on you. It's never just for the kill. It's usually there's a plan behind it. They weren't able to get the kill, but they zoned them out, which is basically what they wanted anyway. Is somebody not at that tower so that they can go ahead and take it down. And the macro is starting to lean a little bit more and more into Ackerman's side as we move into the 6th minute.
Yeah, and I think I want to, you know, reiterate what T-Rex was saying. I think right now, Easy Peasy's just kind of holding it out, trying to get a lot of that farm in, but...
Oh, big knock up. Rose goes down. Instantly deleted. Back to what you were saying, G.
Yeah, but you know, like T-Rex was, he had a good call there. I think they're going to be trying to farm it up, kind of play safe. It's going to be really hard for them to go in, but my God, they keep going in.
Ooh,
Do we see a play?
Passion does come out. Zia a bit low. Yato now possibly may go down. Immobilized on it, easy peasy. And now he's stuck in between the wall. Gals Cutie picks up the kill. Easy peasy, just can't get the finish. This is rough. Oh my God. Beautiful snipe with a shotgun. Right when I was about to say something rough, Produce Knights, they make a play like that. Now Rose keeping Zia at bay, and they take that gold lane tower, which could be crucial in this phase of the game. CJ now coming to pick up the pieces where the rest of his team fell off. Michelle may go down, caught up by the falling Star Moon, and CJ gets the finish. Mitsuya now zoning in onto Rose. CJ waiting, doesn't have the energy to go in there and take this, so Rose will survive another day.
Yeah, sadly, it's interesting because he could have run towards Franco, who did have his bloody hunt available, but instead separated himself from Franco, the only person who could have protected him, and Michelle ended up getting taken out away from everybody by CJ on that family.
I can say our biggest thing that we're seeing here is that these concealed plays are huge by Ackerman. They're trying to pull them out of there and then take down Cloud on this Bia. So we'll see if that's if they can keep that up, because at some point you might not want to face check at Bush, but a hook doesn't connect and pull them back. So Private, I just, do you think they're going to continue to try to keep going into the late game? But why say that, T-Rex? Maybe
a little something, nothing too major. I think that Grok pick is so much more clutch than what we thought about. I completely forgot about how the fact those hooks just get nullified by him. So it was a beautiful answer from Gals there.
Yeah, and I feel like the side of Ackerman is just more prepared for the hooks too. There's a lot of hooks that are right on the money, but Ackerman is just out of reach. So they're definitely reading that out from Rose on this side right now. But it's going to come down, especially as we move into the late game. And I like I said, I feel like they're down, but not out. This isn't a domination by Ackerman right now, especially as we're looking at the gold on the players right now. It's more even than it feels, and I feel like if Ackerman gets a little bit too comfortable, they might get this kind of swept away from them as we start moving into the 10 minutes here.
Now Lord is up now, and easy peasy, both teams playing it patient, and I think that kind of describes exactly what you're saying. Ackerman knows they don't like have these team fights in the bag. As we creep into the mid, CJ's gonna get more and more useless in a sense, right? Like, you still might be able to make those big plays, but you're not gonna be able as aggressive as you were. Lord now down to about half health, easy peasy, just kind of sitting there. Now CJ with the retribution is on the opposite side of the map, but he's gonna be able to cable in quite quickly. Rose, Cloud, we gotta keep our eyes on Cloud here sitting in this bush. Rose with a hook does miss, go a little bit wide. Cloud coming around the back and seal play, waiting for a moment to strike, wait for the flicker, wait for the engage, is finally coming in. CJ trying to do something, easy peasy, brought very low. Hikaru taking out Mitsuya into the backside, and CJ takes the Lord along with Rose. This could be bad for Deuce Knights. Exile Cloud shoots CJ out of the sky, but easy peasy goes down from Yato. It's a 3-for-1 trade. Zia may be next, able to pick up Zia. Michelle finds it, Cloud goes down, and it's a full team wipe. Double kill to Yato. 5 members down from Deuce Knights with a Lord stomping down.
Unfortunately, Rose had the perfect plan. He was going to go ahead and use that Bloody Hunt on the Fanny. But what happened is when he used the Bloody Hunt, Fanny was already in mid-cable, which allowed Fanny to have a decent amount of distance once that Bloody Hunt went down. And the rest of the team had to kind of clamber back up away from everybody to try to get that kill. And that gave a great positioning for Ackerman to kind of finish off and pick everyone off one by one. And man, what a wipe. And unfortunately, I mean, not a bad play. It's with those cables, and that's the problem sometimes with these suppressions on a Fanny. It depends on where you land it.
Ooh, nice pick. A little bit of damage on the Gals there. Now, at this point though, Ackerman is still playing as smart, and they're still coming out in these team fights. CJ really just being patient the way he engages. He's no longer sitting at the front. He's, like you said, he's waiting for that Bloody Hunt to go down. He's being careful about Rose. He knows he needs to pick and choose when he wants to enter into the midst of things.
Yeah, I will say that Ackerman's not making as many mistakes as they were making last time. They're definitely not running into many hooks this time around, mainly because the Grok is there to be able to absorb some of them. But they're picking their fights very well. You know, like they're being more precise. They know Deuce Knights is, you know, got a little bit of fire under him. But again, I think at some point if Deuce Knights can get something, but we got to conceal play.
Oh, Gals with the wild charge. CJ coming in from the back, able to take out Hikaru. Will get Cloud as well. The wall comes out and traps Rose. Now all the members are falling. It's Michelle against the world for Gals. Flickers in, pops the recalls, takes a bit of damage. Needs to be careful. Michelle may be able to finish him off, but will that be enough? Yato comes in next. They're moving in onto this inhibitor. 12 seconds on the death counter for Rose, trying to come back. One Canyon minion against Michelle. 3 members lock onto the base, and this could be it. Ackerman trying to stop this. Michelle fends it off, but another wave of minions is coming. Rose back on the map, and Ackerman backs off.
What a cool head by Michelle there. Not getting too crazy there. Did the job, taking out those minions, focused them down, and Ackerman actually had to turn around from what looked originally like possibly the end of the game. So good job by Michelle to kind of keep her head on straight there for that.
Yeah, and they are moving right onto this Lord now. This time, it will look like CJ's working on the blue buff. Easy peasy, just trying to find a salvaging moment here. Who will take it? Cloud with the steal in the take. CJ does go down. The angling toss comes in, and Michelle picks it up. Deuce Knights trying to fight back. Yato trying to gauge a nice knock up with the chains, but Hikaru will get away. Rose will go down there. Cloud very low. Hikaru very low. Mitsuya does not have the fallen star moon, but does want to try to chase this. Too far. Minions are onto the base, but Ackerman does not want to try to stop this. Lord goes to Deuce Knights, and Deuce Knights fight back.
That is kind of a testament to Ackerman because this could have been very ugly, but still able to pick up 2 kills. So they're not going to be able to push at full strength our Deuce Knights.
Yeah, but it's I think that's like you're now evening the playing field. It was looking very bad for Deuce Knights there for a second, but like now it's looking like the game is at a possible standstill. Yes, the gold lead is in the hands of Ackerman here, but with that, Deuce Knights can stand a chance to push this game farther and possibly into their realm of victory.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it's gonna definitely come down to them, and this is what we're seeing again. They're trying to make some strategic plays this time around as well, and that's what they got to get into. And Ackerman was just disrupting that flow and controlling a lot of the Land of Dawn here and not letting them just get out and about. Again, they've had to turtle up quite a bit, and now I think this is their time to come back.
What is a 3K retribution from CJ in the face of like 4K shotgun damage from this Beatrix? Like,
it's a great point. It's
a ridiculous amount of damage that she is able to do. He's one of the most balanced heroes in Mobile Legends.
Wait, conceal play coming in. They don't blow it. Nice enhanced chains on a Rose. Rose almost gets deleted and does get deleted. CJ picks it up and easy peasy into the back. Blocks onto Yato. Now trying to get onto someone else. Zia keeping distance, kiting, keeping easy peasy at bay, and they're going to steal this blue buff, but that is a 1-for-1 trade on the map, and Deuce Knights want to stay aggressive. Easy peasy not able to use that retry and loses that blue buff. Lord back up in 40 seconds.
Yeah, that's at the moment you kind of just be like, okay, we lost one person. Well, what can we do to change the tide a little bit better there? But I mean, again, like you were saying, the Lord is up, so it was just more of they were testing the water, seeing what they could possibly get done. Now we're seeing easy peasy's being pretty thick, so I feel like now the team fights are going to really start shelling off.
Not only that, but Cloud as well, right? Like, you have that tankiness now up front, and we've gotten to the point where even though Cloud had a bit of a rough beginning, it doesn't matter anymore. Even though Deuce Knights had a bit of a rough beginning, Michelle and Cloud are still doing the damage, and you have that tankiness up front. You have Hikaru as well, able to use that knockout strike to kind of create space, create distance, to let Cloud and Michelle work their magic. Lord now getting picked on. Zia kiting around the side. Let's keep our eyes on Hikaru here in the mid, maybe trying to find a nice angle. Easy peasy stays close. He knows he doesn't want to give up this Lord. Lord will get reset here as both
What?
teams jock for position now. Do the dance.
The Lord dance. The wait and bait.
The wait and bait. The jock. The jock for position right now. And Easy Peasy definitely like trying to control it. Wants to pull this Lord over to his side, into the realm of his teams, and look at Rose and Cloud, right? We saw this combination from them in game 2, and I think they finally, it's taken 17 minutes, but they found their rhythm. Concealed play coming from Gals. CJ into the back, wants to try to get onto Cloud here. Nibiru's passion does come out. Cloud misses the bloody hook, and I mean, Rose misses the bloody hook, and Cloud will pay for that. CJ now trying to lock onto Michelle here, finding the targets, just can't lock in. Easy Peasy goes down to Yato. This could be the end for Deuce Knights. Rose will be next. 3 members down, Hikaru and Michelle against the Lord. But Ackerman won't try to finish it here. I think they're going to go back. I think they're going to clean up this Lord and end it. I'm wondering if they should have just made the split decision and tried to end it here, but they know Michelle is a force to be reckoned with. They have some minions down the mid now. CJ making the engage, uses the cables. Mitsuya with the falling Star Moon does get the stun. Winter Truncheon does come out, but the wild charge finishes it up. 4 members down, Immortality pops, make that 5. Hikaru will be next, and the base will be last. Ackerman takes the series.
Oh, an unfortunate turn there as we saw the conceal play come out, and we saw Deuce Knights had to react to it, a conceal play of their own, but I feel like Cloud turned around a little bit too early with that semi-automatic shot, the machine gun ultimate turned around at the wrong time to try to get some damage onto people, got caught and picked off early, and that kind of set the tone for the rest of that fight as they one by one, the rest of them started going down with their main damage dealer getting taken down, because honestly they didn't know where Cloud was with that conceal play. It was just a conceal play rushing in. If they would have kind of carried it a little bit further, maybe flanked around again, it might have been another story. But man, let's talk about the dominance of Ackerman here in this last game.
Definitely did a wonderful job. Yato on that Julian, I mean, I think CJ had a great game. I think Mitsuya had a great game. Gauss QD had some wonderful wild charges, but Yato just made that Julian mid lane shine from start to finish. Like he was constantly getting 2 to 3 member knockups with those enhanced chains, just doing a wonderful job at showing how that hero is played.
Yeah, absolutely amazing, and especially being able to kind of keep up damage there with the Irithel, with Zia on there, 24% damage from Yato, and basically, and this is what we've been talking about with that Julian. I mean, when you have him in a position where he can shine mid lane, jungle lane, where he kind of where he has more of the map available to him. From mid lane, he can rotate to the side, to either side lane, gold or XP, to have an impact there. Whereas when you're in the XP lane, like we saw from Deuce Knights in the first game, you're kind of stuck in the XP lane. Maybe you can join up in those early turtle fights, or maybe into mid lane. But if you're being held out like we saw, especially against an Esmeralda, there's really not much that he was able to do to kind of like press out against that. And I feel like we're starting to get to a point where those 2 roles for that Julian are becoming the most dominant.
Yeah. I mean, I think Julian's, like, there was a while where we would watch Julian games and just really kind of question it. And he's still, I think it really, you need to have the right player on him, and you need to kind of really find those moments. And I think when he's on fire, he just turns the tides of games, right? But if you're not able to make those plays happen, he's almost a useless pick in a sense, right? Like, because he doesn't have, like, for example, let's just say like a Yve or a Farza or something with like those zoning, those siege capabilities, like some of those utilities. Like, even if a Farza falls off, even if some of these other mages fall off, they still can make plays throughout the game. But if that Julian cannot get those knockups, like can't do those things, he has no reason to be there.
Yeah, but man, an incredible game played by Deuce Knights, and probably one of their sharpest games I've seen. Unfortunately, that third and final match, I felt like the entire draft was built around a type of mobility that really thwarted those iron hooks from the Franco in the first game. I mean, Irithel has a pretty fast movement speed. Julian can dash around there. Fanny, forget about trying to catch a hook on her. But like most of it, there was an answer for it. And this is like, I mean, we joke about the if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of mentality. But I mean, there's kind of the reason that you would want to change things up is because even though it was a solid plan before, if there's an answer, it's honestly not the most obvious answer, a very subtle one in it, because like you didn't really see anti-Franco when you looked at Ackerman's comp. You just it just kind of came into play once you were in the game, and you saw like these hooks missing by just enough because Ackerman was able to get out of the way. They were reading it well. Like I said, most of these hooks weren't missing by left or by right. They were missing by distance, because like they were able to run back, which means that the hook was on target. It's just that they were just quick enough to get out of the way of it.
You know, there was one of the last plays before the full team wipe, right? CJ went the conceal play happened from Ackerman. CJ dashes through the jungle, and you know his target is Cloud, right? And Franco's sitting there next to Cloud, like, you know, it looks like you're trying to protect your QB, man. And Rose misses the bloody hunt. Well, I think he locked onto Gals, or he locked onto Mitsuya. And at that point, CJ was able to take out Cloud, and that was the gamble, right? Like CJ knew Ackerman put a lot of, like, if CJ got locked down by that bloody hunt, it probably would have been GG's for Ackerman, right? But they took that risk and they completed it well. And those are those small micro decisions that change games as you move into the late side of the game. You know, you can't just be super aggressive. Those are those small, minuscule things that one bloody hunt, depending on who it locked in on, could have changed the whole tide in the end of that game. And Deuce Knights wasn't able to complete it. CJ took the gamble and he got the reward. He risked it for the biscuit and is eating good tonight.
Well, it's all about, this is what I was talking about at the beginning of the game, is that kind of min-maxing that Ackerman does throughout the 100% of the game. Whether it's always having that roam at that early game. You saw right from the beginning, as they started on the red buff, XP Laner was there with the roam to help put that initial amount of damage on. It might have saved him one extra hit, but it's one extra hit that added up, because when they went to the next buff, Mage was there to put that initial extra hit there with the roam, and they were able to rotate faster. And they do that 100% of the time, where they're min-maxing the speed in which they can get around the map so that they can get even there 1 second earlier to that marksman lane. And then those plays are kind of conducive of it too, because they knew they took that chance of if we have all these people around it, if we can find him within a second, Franco won't be able to hit that little picture of CJ's character and be able to get that bloody hunt onto him. And they were right. He missed the bloody hunt, and they were able to lock onto him. It's one of those strategic, like, 5-head plays that you don't see too often, and it's what makes Ackerman just so dangerous right now.
No, definitely. And we've talked a lot about that game. Why don't we give a shout out to our sponsor once again, T-Rex?
I was just about to, G. Just don't choke me, all right? That's what now, before we talk about the next game, right? Before we talk about TFB versus Insomniacs, let's give a quick shout out to Eclipse.gg. They are our sponsors this weekend. They've donated $200 to the prize pool, and we have also supplied a 10 epic skin giveaway. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, and I'm not going to count the rest of the numbers, but 10 whole epic skins that will be announced at the end of tomorrow's stream. Now, what Private's supposed to say is, how do we get these skins?
Oh, I was
Private?
just I was gonna say that I don't think you can actually
Now,
count to 10.
the way you get these
Oh,
now the way you can get these skins is what you're gonna do is you're going to go to the link that I just put into the chat. You're gonna join our Discord as well. The link for that is in the description, and you're gonna create an account with eclipse.gg. You're gonna screenshot your account after and post it in the Eclipse event chat in the Discord. Now, I know I kind of skipped a little ahead of things. For anyone new here, I did explain it before. Essentially, Eclipse.gg is an automated stream clipping software that highlights and takes all of your best moments, all of your kills, maybe even all of your deaths, and all of your wins, and compiles them into nice clips. So if you're tired of going through your streams, if you're tired of going through your recordings and having to pick through, it does it for you. The cool thing is it doesn't just do it for Mobile Legends, it does it for a whole array of games. Now, they're constantly trying to improve their software, improve their AI, and do things better. So if you're having any trouble, we did have some contact from the creators, from the CEOs of this website, that they are going through some of these things tonight, right? So there may be a little bit of downtime at some point, but just make sure that you create an account with them, show some support, not only for them, but show some support through us by creating accounts through them. They have sponsored the league, so thanks again, Eclipse.gg. And I can guarantee, I literally have used this when I used to stream a lot more. Aiko uses this on a regular basis. It saves a lot of time in creating those highlight reels and creating those TikTok videos and things of that nature. So once again, thanks Eclipse. Thanks to all the viewers that are helping support. I know we already had a bunch of people jump in and join this contest. We'll be announcing the winners of these 10 skins tomorrow night after the stream, at the end of the stream.
Yeah, like you were saying, you don't even need to be a streamer for it. You can, it's got a little easy way for you to add these clips to TikTok as well. So it basically takes all your kills, your victories, puts them in a nice, neat little highlight reel, and then boom, you ship those off to TikTok. Half, like,
you become
all
famous.
The quality, but half the effort.
That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. But I think without further ado, I think we can get into the next round here, T-Rex.
Well, give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes,
Go for
G.
it.
2 minutes. It's
All
TFB.
right.
Let's set the stage at least, right?
All right.
We have Team First Blood, the past almost champions, the second place champions of the North American Challenge Tournament, the rookies of the year. They joined this season, and they have been one of my favorite teams to watch grow. Going up against a bit more veterans, Insomniacs. Now, both of these teams, very strong teams. Team First Blood are hungry, though. They are hungry for the win. They are hungry for all of this. They definitely want to take this home, right? Insomniacs, I would say, are just a overall very strong team, but I'm wondering if the hunger from Team First Blood, can Insomniacs match that? Because I think that is the only thing that Insomniacs lack, right? They're talented, they're an amazing team, but can they take home the victory tonight?
Not just amazing, but like top 8 in NA is nothing to kind of to scowl at. Insomniacs, I mean, up there with the best of the best in NA. Fortunately, here they're going up against the grand finalists, even a step further than that in Team First Blood, and it's just he touched on it a little earlier, like the rookies of the year here. I know it's been about 4 or 5 months that they've been competing here, kind of because of the elongated schedule, but had we not had to interject the squad league with NACT, I mean, these guys would still kind of be considered rookies. We've just had a very long spell of them, and they've proven over and over and over again the skill level that they have is up to par with our veterans in the North American squad league. So it's just been an amazing journey for them, and it's going to be something that Insomniacs needs to watch out for. This is a team you're going to have to put 110% into against because Team First Blood, they proved, I want to say last month, just how strong they are.
Most definitely. And let's see if they continue to
Your
prove that
team
tonight
is
as we
banished.
jump into the first draft of the second series of the night. Now, Team First Blood will have first pick, first ban here. Now, something we forgot to mention, we are taking a quick note from MPL for the playoffs here. We did change up the way the draft has been working, right? So whoever's on the top seed will get first pick. After that, the losing team gets to decide whether they want first or second pick. We want to add a bit more dynamic to things, a bit more strategy to things, and a bit more leverage to the losing team, right? A bit more opportunity for the losing team to decide if they can find an advantage in the second draft, right? So TFB taking their time for this. Normally we see this first game just fire off, right?
Yeah, it's not like last match where people were bam, 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 bam.
Right.
But we did just
might have had
miss a ban there.
Wondering
It's
if
an
we're having a
interesting
problem
strategy.
here.
We're gonna see. Yeah, I might have a little problems with the tournament lobby, but yeah, like you said, and that's kind of why in the last game you saw Ackerman get twice where they picked. They wanted to be on the red side so that they would get 2 picks, and I've been seeing that, especially from losing teams who have adapted this type of picking and banning, where the loser gets to pick what side that they're on. I feel like a lot of people are starting to favor this second pick just because you get 2 picks there, and you get to answer what the opposing team picked out.
I think the second pick, like at this point, because I feel like for a while there was always like 1 or 2 heroes that were just so OP, right? Now we are really quick before we go any further. We are going to be redoing this ban. We had a couple technical issues with TFB, so we're going to be doing a quick redo, starting from scratch. If you want to just take us back to the caster's desk, Echo, and we can finally talk a little bit more here. Now, so what you were saying with the bans, right? I think that there's like so many possibilities now. Like I'm one who's really been stating recently that like I feel like we're a bit more balanced. Like I know maybe we're not really super balanced, but there's just a lot of strong heroes at this point. There's a lot of heroes that counter. The EXP lane has probably one of the widest pools that we've seen it in a long time. It's not just Esmeralda and Uranus anymore, you know? The gold lane, a lot of marksmen can thrive down there. Junglers, like there's a lot of options all over the map. So instead of just vying for that first OP pick, the second pick is almost so much better now because you're able to not only get a strong pick, but you can pretty much counter anything someone picks at this point. There's no like hero that's like, oh no. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, I definitely where'd that potato just go? He just vanished. No, the magic potato. No, I definitely feel like, you know, having the two second picks definitely can play huge factors into you know, things, as well as like, you know, like that allows you to set up like a dual pick, like a Franco and a Bia, what we've seen, or say like a team whiffs and doesn't even like, you know, ban a Valentina or a Julian. I mean, you're able to pull that combo off. I personally think that maybe the ban system needs to go to more of a 6 ban on each team.
I mean, we're getting to a point where like that could be a possibility. I don't know if any MOBA though has ever brought in more than 5 bans. I think League still runs 10 bans, and they have like tons of heroes, right? So I don't know if that will ever happen. There's talk about global ban and things like that, but still, I think
that was
right
what I was
now
going to bring up. Is one thing is that was kind of interesting. Not sure how widely accepted it would be, but global bans was something that we saw, I want to say last year, where you weren't during a series of matches. So like last game, it would have been those three matches that happened. You were only allowed to pick a hero once the entire time. So then the next game, you wouldn't, like if you picked Layla during the first draft, Layla was no longer available during the second game, which is, I mean, it's interesting, and it really kind of tests people's hero pools, which is interesting, but I know there was a lot of back and forth.
Yeah, I like the idea of it. You know, my honest opinion is I think like by the third game everyone would be trash because they'd be a bunch of like I'm just wondering.
Vexana's out there.
Yeah, like it's the idea of it's interesting, and it solves the idea of like
boring.
Solves the idea, yeah, of that constant complaint of
someone finally plays Zosk.
Yeah, that's Aiko's dream right there. That's Aiko's dream. It's never coming, bro. Someone finally plays the lead. I'd be happy. But no, you know, I mean, like the possibility. I think it solves the idea of the boringness, right? But I just wonder, like, even some of the best players in the world, do their hero pools go that deep?
Yeah.
Well, it's something to think about for sure. I mean, I know when I saw it initially, like I was kind of turned off by the idea, but it did quickly grab my attention there. And I'm wondering, I think we're ready to go back into our next draft.
We are. Yep. It looks like both teams now finally got out of the redo stage. I'm gonna classify it as a ping check, an unofficial ping check.
Unofficial ping check.
Unofficial ping check.
I like it. That's what they say. And I mean, listen, we've seen it happen in several tournaments. Tech difficulties happen. Now we are jumping into the legitimate draft. Team First Blood up front, firing off with that Masha. Now that Masha has become such a popular ban so far tonight.
Might as well be the global ban.
Yeah, honestly, it's because of the ease of use and how simple building her is. It's basically get your boots and then ancestral helm. Oh, and maybe another ancestral helm onto her, and she's just wreaking havoc on your team. But you commented about it last week. But those nice shiny little check marks next to
ooh, I actually didn't notice that.
Yeah.
They got officialized.
They're
real squad now.
Like, this is the first check marks that have actually been given out since years ago in NA. So I mean, congrats to Team First Blood for that. But it's not over tonight because they're gonna have to get over, like I said, one of the stronger teams in North America and Insomniacs here.
Yeah, now we're seeing that Claude get banned out. Seeing things pretty steady. I do like the Claude ban. We didn't see it at all banned in the last series, but I do think he can be a major problem. Zia, even though they lost game 2, like, that Blazing Duet in the late game is something to worry about, especially if you want to go for a bit more of a bulky composition, and that may be something that Team First Blood is focusing in on. They may also know with the Beatrix Open, that may just be their immediate lock in here, and you've taken out the Claude. Maybe they even go as far as taking off another gold laner here, like the Wan, and just giving Beatrix, you know, a lot of free roam to run.
And
yeah, a lot. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was kind of, you know, gonna play off of what you were saying. The Ballmon, you know, getting rid of the Ballmon, I feel like is almost a natural ban nowadays. A lot of teams just don't want to deal with that amount of control of the map, following it into the other Beyblade hero, getting rid of that Akai. I want to see, and again, the first game is always that feeling, like they're feeling out each other to see what they really want to pick private.
Technically, all 3 Beyblade heroes taken out early here with the Claude, the Akai, and the Balmond here. So there's going to be absolutely no spinning allowed in this next matchup. And then answered with the Beatrix. So we might seeing a little bit of an unorthodox marksman here, possibly the Wan coming out here.
Valentina
for one of these teams. Yeah, Valentina's still open. I don't know. She's got a great record. She's in the right hands. So we prioritize these marksmans, but we left open Valentina. So do we have an answer for that?
I don't know now, like, and that's a great point, right? I think they maybe shouldn't have banned out the Beatrix, left the Valentina open as well, like banned something completely left field. So then at least like you get something in return there, right? But now you've like what can they do? The Fermis isn't there. Like now they have to completely draft around this Valentina, decide on what ults do they want to give up. You know, the whole thing about dealing with the Valentina, right?
Yeah, you said it pretty well there. Like, I mean, maybe off ban something else. Maybe even ban the Esmeralda there because you would have been able to pick up a Beatrix. But it looks like they're going to go ahead and pick up a lot of strong, I want to say like tankiness and then anti-tankness from Ashley on this Linux. But I mean, I kind of want to see the answer that we're gonna have for this Valentina because this is one of those picks that there's a reason she is always banned.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't even know, man. And honestly, I'm like looking, I'm thinking, and this is like the problem. Now you've also the Juan, the Franco coming in. I do like these first two picks so far. Insomniacs hasn't given up too much, right? They haven't. They've. I like the fact that you pick up this Lunox instead of going for something a bit crazier. So we're looking at a lot of more, attack damage. Nothing, no crazy ult just yet. Even with this, even with the Irithel pick, who I think is a very underrated but amazing counter to the Juan. So maybe that's part of the plan, right? You did ban the Beatrix. Maybe Valentina just wasn't in their thought line of process. They were more focused on, all right, we're going to give them the Juan, and then we're going to pick up the Irithel to counter that.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing here is Franco is going to be able to provide that early game harassment and offensiveness, and especially coupled with the mobility that the Valentina has to be able to get around the map so quickly, they're going to be able to close ranks on that marksman pretty quickly. So I'm hoping that there's an answer, maybe something that's going to be a little bit early game that will help to stave off the aggression that we're undoubtedly going to be seeing from Team First Blood here.
Yeah, the aggression. I to be honest, I think from Insomniac's side, they might be going for severe mobility. We might, again, I mean, they did end up banning the Lings, so I don't know. Maybe we'll see what they do. A Raph as a support instead. But we've seen that going into Franco didn't play out too well with other teams, so.
Yeah, both teams still looking for a jungler right now, right? Both teams needing that. The Ballman's gone, the Akai's gone. The Thamus is still open, which could be kind of like just a solid final pick for TFB. I think we saw how well it did last series. I still think it's a great jungler. It's a good EXP laner. It could just be a solid like fourth pick for TFB because they can always flex it. They can put it up against this Esmeralda, or for their last pick, they can decide to make it a jungler and put something else up against the Esmeralda.
Yeah, it's gonna be super interesting to see where we go. It's just right now when you sit there and you see a Valentina, and especially as casters and people who see this stuff all the time, it's like, all right, what are we gonna do to ban or what are we gonna do to counter Valentina? It's like ban. All right, you can't use the ban. So what else you got? Ban. It's like there's not really much you can do except to try to stave off maybe some of your ults. I mean, they're giving her a brilliance or a darkening, or that falling moonstar from Esmeralda, or that heavy crossbow right now from Irithel. I mean, there's she changes the landscape of what you're trying to accomplish and how you're maneuvering these compositions. But I like the bans coming from Insomniacs, taking out that Paquito as well, which kind of would have rounded out this composition for the side of Team First Blood.
Mm-hmm. And one thing we might see here is that maybe a Lolita for the side of Insomniacs would be a good thing to block the Juan, good thing to block the Franco.
It's definitely a solid tank pick. I think the Lolita could work out great. I don't know if I've seen Insomniacs pick up the Lolita that much, but it could definitely be a possible game changer. And at this point, like, you just got to give up the fact that you're giving that over to Valentina and just be like, all right, like, whatever. Like, that doesn't mean you don't want to let it completely control your draft, right? Now, they are hovering over a few junglers here, maybe going for that instead. Maybe really waiting for the last moment to lock in that tank, right? Really waiting to see the Natalia is still open, something I've been overlooking this whole game.
Yeah, that's interesting too, because Natalia's not an awful pick. She was banned every single game last series, so we do know that she is strong. I like this pick up from Insomniacs because you do have just a nice early game threat for the Juan, and something that might come into to some problems there. And also, I mean, what is Valentina gonna steal from Natalia? Like, I mean, her hunt where she goes back invisible, like, all right, well, I mean, enjoy it. Only other thing here they're looking for is some type of roam on their side. The only thing I can think of is possibly a Diggy, because he can cleanse out those marks from Juan, but then you're giving Shen a Diggy also. So I mean, it's such a complicated matter right now.
This Team First Blood's comp's looking quite quite thick, as I like to say it. So I mean, I think it's gonna all come down to Insomniacs just putting so much pressure on that gold lane. Ooh, I just don't know what they're gonna pick here. Again, like I was saying, I feel like the best pick that they could possibly go for is a Lolita, not a Kufra.
Well, I mean, not a terrible pick. Kufra, his bounce stops the dashing from Shen, stops the movement completely from Gina on that Wan. Doesn't really stop Kid, but I mean, I see where their mind is going for this, where the
they need some type of set.
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, is they have a set with the Kufra where you can go in with that Tyrant's Revenge into a Tyrant's Rage, which will stun them for about like 3 or 4 seconds, which will give them enough time to kind of get in there with the damage. The only thing is that they don't really have a lot of crowd or AoE damage on their side.
And again, this is what I was saying. I think it's gonna definitely come down to putting a lot of pressure on the gold lane, using the Natalia to the full advantage. This is actually my first time actually seeing her in the jungle. So this is going to be, you know, a make it or break it for my expectations of seeing a Natalia in the field.
Yeah, and let's see how this goes. This will be Insomniacs going up against Team First Blood in the upper bracket. Who will fall tonight down to the lower side?
Yeah, one of the amazing things about a Natalia is the speed in which they can jungle, in which they can rotate here. It's just, it matches and rivals Balmond. So it's going to be really interesting to see how well they can play this into it, because I've never actually seen it up against a Julian yet.
I can see the comparison. I think it's going to be definitely an interesting comp. There's just so much early aggression. Like you were saying, you can definitely see the jungle potential behind the Nat there. And again, now I feel like, you know, Goibaj is going to have to babysit this Wan.
Yeah, and we're seeing already lanes being cut by the side of Team First Blood, which is allowing Uranus to go ahead and rotate back to mid, giving his team a little bit more presence on the map right now.
A little wondering how, you know, Joybaj on this Franco, definitely deadly. I think that Ashley picked up this Lunox because she feels like maybe she can win out a little bit in the early phases in this mid lane, and she's showing that she definitely can. So I think if they can maybe get a pick on to Shen in this early phase, you know, maybe get a pick onto Gina in this early phase, which we might be seeing right now. Theo cocked up, ready to go, does miss the knockup, but they do not care. Gina, Otra, able to get the kill. Gina goes down. First Blood going to the side of Insomniacs.
And this is the lethality of that Natalia pick. Is just, I mean, there's not much that can stop her if she can just basically, all she needs is the opportunity. We do see them clamoring up onto this turtle.
They are. Gala tries to take it, but Joy Kid able to secure that. Now, the jungle, Julian, this is what you wanted to see, right, Private? It's finally here.
Yeah, and just his ability to be everywhere, getting fed fast. This is what you want from a Julian, to have a presence all around the map. And we're seeing that right now, even though right now the team of Insomniacs is slightly in the lead with a single kill.
Yeah, and but look in the mid lane, man.
What was that?
I don't.
No.
Did he know he was gonna die anyways? I missed that. What happened? I'm guessing he went for like the lane cut, got stuck in a bad spot, just knew he was going down. Joybaj under the tower though with the suppression, bloody hunt, and the hoof flicker. I mean, Gina gets the pick. Joybaj does go down, but at least you give a little bit more gold into the hands of Gina after taking that death in the start.
We need to see some.
Yeah, they're starting to posture up here down at the bottom, trying to be a little bit more aggressive, knowing that they do have the Natalia roaming around on the jungle. And that's the only kind of negative part that you have with a Natalia jungle, is that you know she still has to get her rotations. So you don't have to have that constant fear of her. She'll be able to get a gank, but as soon as those buffs come up, you know she's going to need to rotate for those.
Oh, over in the mid. Now, I really like that Natalia pick, man. I think it was such a solid jungle pick, especially. Wait a second. Gina trying to dash away, caught up by Theo. Will go down. That's another pick on to Gina, having a very rough game at only 4 minutes in.
I mean, with the combination of 8 letters hero pick and against the Wan, again, like I was saying, Joybaj is going to have to babysit that Wan, and while I'm talking, Natalia is just becoming a ninja and a nuisance and being everywhere and being able to actually peel everybody down.
Yeah, we are moving into this next turtle here. As we move, oh man, a little bit of trouble here for Theo. He's able to use that flicker to get away.
Shen, though, tried to steal that Tyrant's Rage and was so close. Letters now coming around the wall, maybe trying to get the steal here. Joy Kid does have his eyes fixed down, but the pressure comes in and Ashley does go down. A nice enhanced change knockup. Joybaj will pay the price. Joy Kid just trying to do something. Gala, though, is on the trail. Shen does take it. Gala goes down as Luffy peels away at the back lane. 8 letters trying to lock into him. Ocha is here. Gina tries to save the day, but just not fast enough. And Fluffy will go down. It's a 2-4-1 trade. Turtle still up, though.
Yeah, it's just some amazing plays here that they're able to answer back and forth. But this turtle is definitely going over to the side of Team First Blood here.
And I mean, we're seeing some really, I mean, it's almost a back and forth game. Insomniac still leading the way. We're just gonna have to see again. We've seen that they're having trouble contesting at the turtle, and at some point Insomniacs was not able to take that objective, but we need to see the Franco again. Like I was saying, Joybaj, I need to see something, and I think we might see it right here. T-Rex
is trying to do something. I don't know. Oh, the conceal play is coming out. He's moving around the side. Theo trying to defend, but this tower should go down to the side of Gina. Nice hook. Can we finally get that crossbow tang off? In it comes and locks on 8 letters. The tower will go down along with Theo. Ashley tries to come in, uses that brilliance, but Shen responds back with one of his own. Baj will go down as well. 8 letters is trying to push back onto this wave. You lost the tower. Otra brought very low in the mid lane as Joy Kid wins up against 2.
Yeah, just an amazing game being played right now. Natalia still, and I feel like as we start getting into the late game, Natalia becomes even more dangerous. It just depends on how quickly Team First Blood can start grouping around and not leaving out those stragglers, because she's going to be able to eat them up as we move in to the 6-minute mark here.
Definitely. I think it's going to come down to, like, you know, a little bit of the mid game for Team First Blood. Once that mid game spike hits, I think they're going to be running into a lot of trouble, because just look, the Insomniacs is just very squishy, and there's a lot of sustain on the side of Team First Blood.
Definitely a lot of sustain. I like the way that Joy Kid is playing too right now. 2-0-1, 7 minutes in, has taken some objectives, has made some picks, just overall jungled very well throughout this map. Turtle back up. Theo, Letters maybe wanting to contest this, but they don't have a retribution, so I don't know if this is really what they should be spending their time doing. Gala also comes in, but the Turtle goes over to the side of TFB, and Gala walks right into a concealed play, followed up by the Bloody Hunt. Joy Kid gets the kill. Brilliance does come out from Ashley. The Tyrant's Race does not lock in. Actually does. Brings them all onto the tower. Joy Shen, though, picks up Theo, and TFB is unfazed by that pick. Shen may go down. Otra is next. It's a 1-for-3 trade, followed up by the tower, and TFB is climbing up.
Just an amazing play, but they're being responded to. Insomniacs has great sets, able to get you saw the Tyrant's revenge in there, and then the Tyrant's rage. But Team First Blood always able to respond to it, not just able to get the kills, but able to take down the tower as well when they were the ones caught in a bad spot there.
And the one thing I want to point out is that all of Insomniacs is building pretty aggressive. So maybe again, maybe my mid-game spike might even go a little bit towards Insomniacs. But the side of Team First Blood is responding with a lot of defensive items of their own. So I think again, I think they're just going to be too squishy.
Oh, watch for Gina and Luffy. The flicker comes in. Letter is annihilated. TFB is just picking away at these towers right now. Now they're going to move on to Ashley. The Brilliance is forced out. Theo caught in between them all. Double kill goes over to Joy Kid. Now they're going to rotate over to this mid. They have a wave coming, and I'm wondering if Insomniacs can defend.
Yeah, I mean, with the wave coming in here and how aggressive they're being, like all they needed was the small opening. I mean, we have Gala jumping in here right now, but not able to fend off this attack. But like I said, as soon as they got the opening, it has been all Team First Blood since then.
Ooh.
Definitely not going to be easy at all for the side of Insomniacs. And at this point, you know, mid-game's looking good for TFB. Even though Gina took a couple deaths in the early start, now that I feel like now that the team is kind of more huddling together, it's not as easy for Otra to find those picks. It's not as easy for the rest of the teams to find those picks. And as long as TFB can hold this pocket formation, they should be okay.
Nah, definitely.
Yeah.
They'll definitely be able to hold this formation at this point. So we'll see what they get done here, Private.
I'm actually kind of wondering what happened toward the 6-minute mark. Natalia was nowhere near a lot of these objective fights. So we had another engagement up at top.
Yeah, a little something is up at the top. Cameraman, we are going down. Joy Bosch will go down, though, but the crossbow Tang finally pops off. Theo, Gala, who will be next? It's a 2-for-1 trade, and TFB is pushing into this tower. May just be able to take this. The tower does use his final defense, takes out the minions as Gina walks away with a sliver of health. But TFB is staying dominant with a 5K gold lead.
Yeah, like I was saying before, it's just that Natalia Ultra not having a bad game as a Natalia. It's just that when these objectives came up, was not in position to help out the team. Like right here, we're starting to see the jungle starting to be encroached upon. This is what happens when you miss. Oh, it might be in the wrong bush there, kid.
Oh, Joy Kid feels very comfortable, though. The spell vamp is so much, and he takes out Otra. No wrong bushes right now. Joy Kid is on fire. 7-0-4. Theo, don't do it. Back off, because Joy Kid is hungry, and he wants first blood.
This guy.
Yeah, there's no wrong bushes when you're this far ahead, apparently, and they're taking it to this mid tower.
I just don't know if Insomniacs can defend this. Another inhibitor going down right now. Luffy just holding the front line. The hook comes out, locks onto Gala. Gala may go down. Crossbow Tang is ready to go, and he locks onto Letters. Letters will be shredded. Next could be Ashley, but the Brilliance saves the day, but Joy Kid doesn't want to stop. Enhanced Chains goes down. A legendary kid into the hands of Joy Kid. Joy Kid. Next will be Ocha. Happening so fast. Theo and Gala is the last resistance, but they don't care. They're taking the tower, and one last mega kill goes over to Gina. The game falls into the hands of Team First Blood.
That was an insane mid-game spike.
Yeah, I wish I could say I was surprised, but Team First Blood, I mean, like I said, grand finalists in the last NACT, and like as soon as they got just the smallest opening, kept running it through tower after tower after tower. It was like as the way that they moved through the map, they got the kills, forced themselves onto a tower, moved on to the next one, and then the next one, and then into objectives. And perfectly the way that they were engaging on it. There was nowhere safe. As far back as you saw Insomniacs trying to sit on their towers, you see Franco flicker in for that suppress, able to get the kill on, and they were able to take another tower. It was just an excellently played game by Team First Blood.
Most definitely. Did a wonderful job. I mean, Joy Kid on that Julian. Oh my god. I don't think I've been seeing anyone run the jungle Julian here really. And that thing was scary. And what I have to say about TFB is they were kind of losing in the early game. I was a little worried about them. So I wouldn't say like it's just because of their draft or anything like that, just because of having the Valentina. Like Gina had a very rough start, but was able to pick up the pieces. The whole team was able to get it together and then just start. Once they smelled that first blood, they were just able to complete the game and finish it off quite cleanly.
Well, like I was saying, I feel like as much as I liked the Natalia pick, for some reason, there were a lot of objective fights that she was not a part of. Not only was she not a part of it, but some of Insomniac's team decided to try to head it off and try to counter the turtle push. And what would happen there is once they got the turtle, once Team First Blood got the turtle and got some kills, maybe took down 1 or 2 players from Insomniacs, they saw the blood in the water, they moved on to a tower because they know now they're undermanned and they're not going to be able to protect these towers. And then from there on, since you're on your back foot and you're killing people while they're taking these towers as well, you constantly have this rotation of Insomniacs without a full team still trying to get their wits up about them. And that's one of the most dangerous things about Team First Blood, when you give them just an inch of rope.
Yeah, Team First Blood never ceases to amaze me, honestly. Insomniacs, though, I wouldn't count them out just yet. If they can find that groove, and I've said it before, I think what they need to do is really just hammer in to Team First Blood. They started to have that, they almost had the inch that they could turn into the mile in the early phase, but I think there was just too much with the 1-1, the Valentina. Team First Blood was able to hold it together. But I think Insomniacs can really just crack into Team First Blood in the first 5 minutes, get a nice, 2K gold lead, secure that first and second turtle. I don't see TFB climbing out of that. That's what I think I see them have problems with. They do well in the mid, but when it comes to that late, if they don't have some security, they start to fall apart, right? So Insomniacs just needs to stay strong, maybe be very, very aggressive, and try to hammer in and clean things up quick.
I think it was a little wild, pulling out that Natalia, with such a swishy team, I feel like you need a really, really tanky front line. So I hope they don't do something like that again with
I think the idea was right when you're up against the Valentina. I think the thought on paper, it seemed like a good idea. But again, once TFB huddled up, it was just, there wasn't much she could do.
Well, and that's unfortunately is all TFB needed to do was to make it to the point of the game where the laning phase was over for them. And unfortunately, they got that because, like I said, I don't have a problem with the Natalia pick because I think she went 5-3. So not a bad Natalia game. It's just the execution of it in the team experience of it. Like I said, she wasn't there for all of the objectives, which is what created those openings for them. And then, letting out the Valentina, of course, in the first place. It's not something that you really want to do, especially against a team like Team First Blood, who's going to really take advantage of that as we move into these later games.
And we do see that they respond with that, getting rid of the Valentina, the Julian. Masha's forever banned. I don't know if we'll ever see one slip through the cracks like Valentina does. Maybe, and go with the Faramis ban. So what? Maybe we'll see an Akai here if the Akai doesn't come out. I haven't seen a lot of Atlases recently. That's also been surprising me.
Yeah, it's definitely hasn't been the hottest pick tonight. And I think I still think it's very a solid pick, and you're right. It's not. I don't know. They just don't want to play it tonight, I guess. We saw a lot of Diggy in the first series tonight. Last game, we saw we saw the Valentina, so maybe they didn't want to pick into that. I wouldn't count it out just yet. I still think it's a possibility. Beatrix, though, getting banned out. How does TFB respond to this one?
I feel like Atlas is kind of on the same terms as Fanny, where you need a high amount of skill to be able to time everything perfectly for a mediocre reward. that you could get from it, where that same amount of skill on another roam you get more benefit from. I feel like he takes a large amount of skill to play, and a lot of people don't want to risk missing one of those fatal links, or because like, oh, you miss a fatal link, you basically put yourself in harm's way. And I've seen it before where they just get destroyed as soon as they miss it. But we're gonna see that early game aggression, that Balmon being picked up by the side of Insomniacs here first.
Beginning of another.
And I like it. TFB answering back though with the Esmeralda, possibly a Karina. Now, the Ballman can be like tough to deal with. We've seen it for a lot of teams, right? The Akai is normally can be a solid answer to it because you kind of keep his spin away from your spin, right? But I don't think the Karina is too bad of a pick as well. I do think the Ballman, because it's all skill damage, it can hammer in onto her when she tries to come in. But I still think it could work, right?
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, I just realized with the loss, Insomniacs actually took first pick. They wanted first pick instead of taking the second pick with that gives you 2 choices, which I find super interesting too. So they really, I feel like they really wanted that Balmond, and it's probably pretty integral to their plans here. I mean, we saw it from Ackerman in that first game here tonight with just how fast he can clear, how much of a menace he can provide into your jungle, and now we're gonna see that even more aggression from Franco. Wait for that Atlas pick.
I mean, so like the Atlas right here against the Franco wouldn't be a horrible pick, right? And there's your Atlas, finally. Good call. Now, I want to talk about with Private though, the aggression I'm seeing, like the possible invades with the Franco and the Ballman is definitely scary, right? The only thing I see TFB really got going though, that 1-1. Like, Franco's a sitting duck when he's using that Bloody Hunt, right? So if you use it on someone else and Wan finds the moment to get that crossbow of Tang off, it could be bad. Same thing with Ballman. He's got to come in, he's got to engage, and Wan is going to look for those weakness points to pop that crossbow of Tang, right?
Yeah, and that's going to be the problem here. I mean, we've always seen this. For some reason, it always ends up with a Franco versus Atlas. That we always see here when it's not that diggy pick, and it's because like as we move into the later game, if you get caught as an Atlas, you can get bursted down fairly quickly without being able to get on those fatal links.
Most definitely. Now I'm looking at some of these bans coming in. Eve getting taken off from TFB. I'm wondering if they're just going to keep hammering home into these mage bans. Aside of Insomniacs, they need to start. They need a jungler. They need to take out possibly a jungler here. The tank's already been picked up. Do they peeked the Karina earlier? Do they just like fire off at that? Do they take away some of these options away from TFB? There goes the Karina.
Your team is banning. Your team is banning.
Still
Your team
swords
is picking.
run deep.
Yeah,
Hammer
definitely
in
taking
the
out
shed.
those mechanical versed heroes with the Karina and the Ling being taken out there. So it's gonna be interesting, and interestingly enough too, we see the Uranus getting taken out there. So I'm wondering what we're gonna have in the side lane. Possibility of a Dairoth in there. Not sure how well that might work out. I saw a glimmer of a Phoebe.
The foe? Well, I mean, it could possibly work, especially with the Wan, even with some of the rest of the team, and it would limit what Joy Kid wants to pick up as a jungler. Taking their time with it. Ashley also needs a mage. I wonder if we're going to see her pick up that Farza. We haven't seen her done it in a while, and there's a lot of mages taking off.
Wow, going for the late game.
I feel like Sicilian is that step up from a Farza where you can do
How dare
damage.
you.
Where you can do damage, but you can move around. Farza needs to be standing still, and while I feel like Farza does come in earlier than a Sicilian for the damage, Sicilian just provides that mobility that you don't get during those team fights. That doesn't make you a sitting duck. basically. But we're gonna see how well this this goes into each other here as we're waiting for that last pick from Kid here on the side of Team First Blood.
And with the Lingon, with the Karina gone, I'm wondering what we are gonna see here, right? The Akai's gone, the Ballman's gone. What? The Thamus. He could pick up the Thamus here. Or the Dairoth. But I think the... yeah,
I'm always a Saber. I always lean to a Saber. 'Cause you know?
I mean, the only problem is if he goes for a fighter jungle, he has to watch out for the Franco, right? Like, it's going to be a problem. I don't know. I don't know about that. I think his mobility is really rough to be going against a Franco right now.
So let me say that I think they're just trying to be very frontal heavy because they don't have too much besides Claude that can get into the back line and get a Wanwan. But even though, I mean, Wanwan can normally move fast enough to kind of get out of the way of a Claude too. So we'll see how it plays out. But I feel like they're just trying to be really thick in the front and not allow anybody to reach the Wanwan.
Well, the combination of their abilities, Fatal Links into a Falling Star Moon, into all the bombs that Lilia can drop off, and then possibly a Last Insanity from Export.
And a crossbow tank.
Yeah, you have a great ability here to be able to do damage off of each other, off of each other's ults here from the side of Team First Blood. So there's a lot of cohesion and a lot of synergy in their composition.
Well, let's see if TFB, Team First Blood, can make those wombo combos, can make this the first sweep of the night, or will Insomniacs push us into Game 3? This is Team First Blood up against the Insomniacs in the upper bracket of the playoffs.
Is going to be forced to use that retribution. Joybot, I was actually a little worried there because as he came in there, it was actually perfect timing.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what he was gonna do. If he would have stole that would have been insane. But we're seeing aggression here.
Yeah, Luffy already pushing in. Nice flicker hook though onto Joybaj. A nice start. I think that's gonna maybe slow Joybaj down a little bit on this aggression. Luffy should be able to tank this and get away. But at this point, we're seeing Joy Kid able to take that Litho Wander and just move on to the jungle.
Yeah, and then we're starting to see a little bit more pressure coming down here as we're finishing up this last buff. Otra probably going to be looking for some time. Oh, is able to snatch that gold crab away from Joy Kid there.
We need sound effects in the tournament.
Yoink! Someone will clip it and make them yoink. Meme sound effects. Yes, that's exactly what we need. A soundboard. That's exactly what we need.
Yes. One of Private laughing.
I will say that Otra, I feel like he's a bit faster right now in these early game rotations through the jungle. Joysen getting brought pretty low, doesn't have the black shoes yet, and taking down Luffy, now on the run. It's going to be a nice pick for Otra there. Joy Kid pops the passive. Gala, Theo, Otra. Not a lot of pressure in the early game.
Yeah, the composition basically is screaming that they're waiting for the late game, the mid to late game here. So it's going to be a pretty rough opening here at the beginning.
Hold on, does Joy Shen have the... I'm very confused as to how Joybaj has more experience. Can we take a look at the items? Did Shen pick up the boots? No. Never mind. No, he's just very behind in EXP right now. And Joybaj is doing well. I was just a little confused. I thought maybe Shen picked up the roamer boots.
That would have been quite interesting and maybe a little bit trollish, but a hook!
Oh, nice hook. Bloody Hunt locks in, and the Blazing Duet helps finish that off. Theo does take that kill, though, but it's another pick for the side of Insomniacs here.
And this is kind of what I was talking about with that Atlas pick, is why a lot of people kind of veer away from it, because it's one of those high risk, high rewards, and that risk being when you miss those abilities, you leave yourself open to kind of get pulled out here. And as we saw there from Theo on that Franco.
Yeah.
Kids passive does pop. Make it taken out from Gala here. Nice fatal links though onto several members of Insomniacs. Ashley and Theo though able to escape as Gala takes out Joy Kid on the backside of the map.
Yeah, we did
Yeah,
see Joy Kid utilize that retribution for some reason on Ashley. I'm not sure what was trying to be done there, but it didn't do anything and definitely got him killed.
Yeah, a nice fatal links there, but not enough for the rest of Team First Blood to kind of capitalize on it, as they ended up losing 2 of their own in that engagement. So, I mean, like I said, this was a very rough early game. Luffy might be in trouble here, though.
Oh, they're coming in. Luffy's not gonna be able to get away from this. Does miss the fatal. Does miss the lethal counter, and Luffy escapes with a sliver of health, with a hair on the chin. Here comes Last Insanity. Gala should not be able to get away from this. Joy Kid finally picking up something. First kill on the side of Team First Blood.
And I mean, that's what they needed. They were kind of, you know, just a little bit in the hole, and now they got to dig their way out. Someone give them a shovel. But we'll see here. They need a contest for this turtle, but I don't know with that utilizing that retry to secure that kill. I don't think they're gonna have too much presence here.
But Luffy does not seem to care. Turtle does go to the side of Otra there. Joy Bosch looking for a moment to maybe get that fatal links. Now, I do think TFB, like you said, Private, has some big combo potential. So at any moment, they can make a play that puts this into their hands.
Yeah, it's just we're gonna have to get out of this laning phase without too much suffrage, because they are hurting right now during this phase, and it's gonna come down to that late game as if they're not too far behind.
Joy Kid uses the Last Insanity just because he knows he's about to lose it, right? Sanguine Claws, though, comes in. Joy Kid forced to back off. This could be bad. Theo has the hook, ready to go, does miss. Gina alone. Ashley firing off some shots. This is a lot of pressure for TFB right now. Insomniacs are really just hammering in.
But one of the biggest things that Insomniacs is running into is that they're just, when they commit into a lane, they commit for, I would say, a little bit too long. And I think TFB's played onto that butt.
Oh my God. Otra finishes off with a nice fatal links on Otra. Followed up by the Last Insanity. Still not enough. Otra does finally go down, luckily. Joy Shen for Otra. Good trade for TFB, but you got to keep your eyes on Gala. Is locking in on Joy Kid. Can he get the finish? He does. Now Luffy wants a piece of Gala. They take down Joy, and they're able to get nothing for it. It's another 2-for-1 trade into the side of Insomniacs.
Yeah, they're really keeping up the pressure here. Oh my God, and then here comes the suppression. Gina, I mean, had a good plan there, but still had the suppression on that Franco, so it made mincemeat out of unfortunately Gina there.
We are seeing a little bit of a different game this time. I think I want to, you know, T-Rex said don't give up on Insomniacs, and we're seeing that from the side of Team First Blood. We need to see them to stop dodging these hooks and kind of stop playing into Insomniacs and gain the speed back and have Insomniacs play into them.
Oh, big conceal play. Nice flicker. 2K into the fatal links, followed up by the combo. Does get the pick onto Theo. Joy Kid able to secure it. Ashley will be next. Fallen Star Moon tries to land. Does connect. Next could be Kid, though, because 8 letters finds his movement. Able to take another. Joy Baj will go down. Now it's a 2-for-2. This one looked like Team First Blood was up. One goes down onto the side of Insomniacs. Gala bites the bullet. Team First Blood making a bit of a play, but still fighting from behind.
Yeah, and able to answer that back very quickly there. We do see a man already has that golden staff, does the Claude on the side of Insomniac. So he was absolutely shredding into Team First Blood during that engagement, but they only lost 2 there. So a great, I want to say great, the longer this match goes and the more that they aren't taking more kills than they have to and not able to answer it, I feel like this is going to start turning more and more into Team First Blood's favor.
This is true. I do think, I mean, I would say still, though, Insomniacs does have that late game potential as well. Like, they brought some security with the Sicilian, with letters on this Claude. The only, they just have to watch out for those, though. That fatal link helps gets Ashley, and now Shen is back in the game. Last Insanity followed up by that Fallen Star Moon. The hook just misses. Gina goes down to the back lane. Gala is on fire this game. And even though he goes down, he is constantly finding his mark, bobbing, weaving, and taking out Gina or Shen on the backside.
Yeah, I mean, like the reason not just the late game, it's the late game cohesion and synergy that you have on the side of Team First Blood that I'm worried about for the side of Insomniacs here. Like they do have that Sicilian, they do have 8 letters on that Claude, which can start shredding more and more as we go into the late game. But it's going to be these Atlas Fatal Links that are going to be coming in clutch.
That was a premature ult there. I just think possibly escape. I don't think a Ballmon would have put you in your grave there, but collapse.
Yeah, big collapse on a Gala. Fatal Links does come in. Gina wants it. Does have the crossbow. Tang does not pop it though. Maybe a little late. The flicker comes back. Does finally pop the crossbow. Tang just as an escape. Gala once more. He knows your ult's gone. He decides not to force it though. But Lord is now up 8 letters, starting onto it. A little bit of a fight up in the top. Ocha with that lethal counter, bringing everyone down pretty low. But now with the lure up, Insomniacs may need to buy some time for another lethal counter. Do they want to force this now? Luffy coming in, blocking on Ashley, falling Star Moon, bringing Ashley down to about a quarter health. Otra does find Luffy, but Luffy does not want to stop Joybaj. He's also here. Luffy against the world. Luffy against Gala. Theo with the hook. Joybaj comes out of the tower, and he is going to go down. Ashley picks up the kill with 10% health, and will go back to base with a kill under her belt. Luffy now keeps it up though. Theo with another hook just in between a sliver of distance. Does not connect. Lord still on. Letters, Ocho, Theo, Gala now starting to disengage, taking a step back, maybe waiting for Ashley to make the move, but this buys enough time to put Joybaj back on the map. They're going to come in a little bit. Joy Kid maybe waiting for the moment for the last insanity, but Otra takes it, and the last insanity's blown. Gala wants Joy Kid, will possibly get the finish. Gina goes down in the back as well as the immortality pops on Joy Kid. Luffy may just be next. Joy Kid goes down off map. Gala picks up the kill. It's a 2 for 0, and the Lord goes to Insomniacs to make that a tower as well.
Yeah, the 4K gold lead now as we move into about almost the 11-minute mark here. This is bad news for Team First Blood as they lost 2. Actually, probably I want to say 3 or 4 in that exchange if you count the early pickoff by Joybaj there. And another engagement here on top tower.
Oh, Luffy just shredded. The damage right now from Insomniacs is definitely vicious. I mean, Gala, Ocho, Ashley, it is a problem for Team First Blood.
And the Lord is now barreling down too, so not only are they in a big of a whiffy here, we're gonna see how they have to respond to that. I mean, they're just gonna have to turtle up, stop this. I feel like Joy Kid is just playing into some of the things that he shouldn't. We need to see some more Fatal Links here. Oh, as I said,
Ashley should go down for that. Does use the sprint. Joy Kid trying to taste it. Does get the finish, but now he's in a bad spot. Able to get away though. You've lost a few towers, and Insomniacs loses a member, but still, it's a good push from Insomniacs here, and it doesn't seem like they're done yet. Theo consistently checking this wall, waiting, sending the fishing line out, looking for something to pull back to the team.
And I mean, definitely pulling back to the team quite often. What we need to see from Team First Blood again is that they just have to, they're gonna have to tank it up. I don't believe the X-Borg only has 3 major items versus the other team having almost like 4 in every person, sometimes even 5 with their Claude. So we'll see how they respond. Someone needs to stop the Claude though.
Yeah, Claude basically nearing for, oh gosh, and then we do have a
Oh, Gala. Look at the sustainability though. Joy Shen does finally get the pick, but still in the middle of 5 people, and you would think you'd be instantly deleted.
Yeah, it's just how far behind they are right now. They have to be very wise about some of these pickoffs. They definitely don't want Joybaj to be getting picked off early, which has been happening and which has really been upsetting the balance of some of these compositions and these team fights, is that he'll get picked off early and they do not have that set to be able to instigate these team fights. So then they try to force something that ends up getting them almost wiped.
Yeah. It could be the level difference between the jungles here. I mean, we're looking at Balmon's already level 15. Half of their team stolen their 12s and their 13s here. So we are seeing a damage gap.
Yeah, Gina. Joybaj, though, still searching. Does get the fatal links. On to Franco. Theo will go down. It's a nice pick for the side of Team First Bloods here. Now they're going to try to rework their way around. Come on to this Lord as Shen and Luffy try to zone, but Ashley is packing a punch. And look at Gala sitting in this bush. Tries to lock onto Shen. Shen knows it's coming. Gina now in the back fending for her life against Gaia as Luffy goes down to Otra. Insomniacs have found the kink in the armor and they are moving in. Shen may go down. No black shoes. You will be taken out by letters. And the Lord falls to the side of Insomniacs with several members of Team First Blood as well.
Yeah, what an amazing play there too. I was kind of locked on to Gina there being chased by Paquito, but in the back, the moment they they were able to take down Luffy and Shen, they just moved in and swept through that Lord to try to press more potential onto the side of Team First Blood. Just an amazing play by Insomniacs, and this is what I was talking about. You cannot sleep on them. They're the veterans of the NASL.
Most definitely. A little something now.
I want to say the biggest problem that we're seeing is that Team First Blood has like no magic defense, and Ashley's just able to collapse on them as their whole team's pretty much all physical besides Ashley, and that's allowing them to capitalize on the Sicilian play. Ooh.
Oh, possible. Oh, I thought that hook landed onto Gina there. But a nice play. They are defending. Lord is getting chipped away. We do have a pause coming in. Now we have a second to breathe. Because here's I know all the TFB fans right now. We're just letting anyone know we're going to be checking in with the teams, figuring out what the deal is. We should be back on in just a second. But I know all the TFB fans are like waiting. They're waiting for that big Joybaj play, right? They're waiting for that one play to turn this game around. But I think as long as Insomniacs keeps holding what they're doing, they can seal this game in the bag.
Well, like they were saying there about at this point in the game, I feel like Ashley is really laying into them with the damage, which is becoming a huge problem. When we were watching the initial series between Ackerman, every single time they went against the Sicilian, you saw at least like 3 Radiant Armors at this point in the game to kind of counteract all of the damage that he can do. And it's really becoming a problem as these fights, they are not able to close up these fights quick enough to where Sicilian is not a problem. So, I mean, either you take him out quickly or you guys are going to need to build some type of defense to be able to keep these fights going.
We are back in now, though. Lord is coming. He does get the crash onto that inhibitor. Will take it out. There's a big fatal links, though. In letters is instantly deleted. The rest of the team trying to come in. Gina with the crossbow tang. Ashley's forced to sprint away, but while this is happening, Ocho knows that he needs to work onto another inhibitor. That's 2 inhibitors down for 1 player. TFB does find a slight moment there, and it looks like they want to keep pushing in onto it. They want to get something else. They want to respond here. Gina dancing. A nice hook on a Joy, but you're able to purify away from that. Gala trying to get on to Kid here. Does not use that immortality. Gala may go down. Joy-san gets the pick. TFB now on the response for once. Joybaj trying to get the stun. Otra, though, does not want to stop. Winter Truncheon comes in. Fatal Links follows up, and Otra is still up. Does pick up the Winter Truncheon to survive, but the immortality is there to help save the day. Gina doesn't want to let him go, but he does get away. Falling Star Moon, though, comes down onto Ashley. She is low, and Luffy picks up another kill. Another member of Insomniacs does go down, but the Blazing Duet into the back. Joy Kid finally goes Gina God mode with the response of the crossbow tang. That is 2 in 1. Long team fight, ladies and gentlemen, and they are still going. Theo almost gets stopped, but the bloody hunt is here. Luffy now forced to back off, and the savagery ends at, I would say, a possible standstill, but TFB has opened back up the map for themselves.
We're going to give T-Rex a moment to breathe here, but what an amazing fight there. Both these teams back and forth there, and just the know-how from Gina to be able to spit out that crossbow at Tang to avoid getting killed by 8 letters, and that Blazing Duet was amazing. And then the patience to come in with that Blazing Duet until the right moment as well. Both these teams putting it all into this second match here right now.
Ooh, can Steel play?
Oh, yes, another possible conceal play.
Ah.
Joybaj misses the fatal links, and that is rough when the Lord is on the map, right? Insomniacs know it, and now they're gonna try to come in. Shen, very low, uses the black shoes, but it brings them right into a bloody hunt, and that's gonna be it for Shen. Does have the immortality, may be able to walk away. No, not today, and now Gala has found a moment. Gina forced away, and this Lord should go to the side of Insomniacs at 17.5 minutes.
Yep, all 3 Lords now going to Insomniacs. And a lot of immortalities have been popped, but we did see Gina finally pick up the Malficious Roar, so maybe that's a tie turn. But we gotta play.
Oh, the hook lands onto Joybaj. The fatal link, so pulls them in the last Insanity combo up. Gina does have the crossbow tang, but does not use it. Actually does come in the last moment. The winner Truncheon trying to save it. Ashley goes down, Blaze Duet to the response to Gina. Gina brought very, very low, able to just escape though. Luffy has her back. Lord still coming as Otra into 8 letters want to come up behind it, but Luffy knows they're there with the Fallen Star Moon to keep them at bay. Otra and 8 letters must back off, and TFB survive another day.
What an amazing play. Joybaj did get the hook, but able to use Fatal Links to reply to that, knocking the enemy back into the side of the base and allowing Joykid to come in with that last Insanity to pick off Pokito, which kind of started this little domino effect, but now we have to chase on to Theo.
Oh, and they do get Theo. The winner Truncheon comes in, Immortality pops. Theo, though, will go down, and that is now 2 members down, but Ashley back up on the map. Minions, though, coming in on tie to TFB, they have to back off, but we're now seeing TFB get into their rhythm. They've cleaned up the gold lead. There's insignificant at this point. This game could go either way, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, that's gonna definitely be coming out of those team fights, and who you can catch off. I feel like it's gonna actually be coming down to a Fatal Links connecting.
This is what they've been waiting for. This is what the fans wanted. Joybaj, Fatal Links, can he make it? Or will Insomniacs clean this up old school style, just
it's gonna come
rolling
down to
in?
those mistakes.
Yeah.
Is somebody gonna get caught here? Because if Team First Blood gets caught, it's over for them. And they've been consistently making some of those mistakes that allow them, whether it's Shen getting caught on that Lilia or Joybaj getting caught out there with these hooks. This is what it's gonna come down to. Can they get caught? Can the side of Insomniacs catch them, or are we gonna have that nice Fatal Links come back here?
Oh, he doesn't use the Fatal Links either.
He doesn't.
Crossbow of Tang, Immortality pops. This could be it for Otra. He does find a different angle, but Joybaj does not want to let it up. Gala's there to help out. Kid in the backside using that last Insanity. Down it goes. Fatal Links onto Gala, onto Otra. Not Otra, but 8 letters. That's 2 members down, and this could be the cleanup for TFB. 50-second death counters at 20 minutes. 5 members. Luffy taking a bit of damage from Ashley. The press, and Dina goes down, but Luffy tries to come in, maybe a little too deep. Does have an immortality, should be able to walk away from this. The sprint comes in. TFB, 3 seconds on the Lord. Can they secure this? Both teams do have a retry. Actually, no, the retry is on timer for Otra. I don't know if TFB knows this, but they do want to start this Lord. Theo getting a little bit of vision along with Otra. A big whip on the Fatal Links. Otra now will have some availability to come in. Theo looking for a hook. Does not have the bloody hunt. Joykid with that last Insanity. Winter Truncheon comes out. Ashley will go down. That's 3 members down. No. Make that 4. TFB may be able to clean things up. Otra against the world. 8 letters now back on the map. Otra, though, has to back off. He just can't take the chip damage from Joybaj. He just can't take the burst damage from Shen. Shen, using the recall, decides not to go back here, but Otra sitting in this bush, looking for the Lord Steal that could prolong this game, but Luffy knows he's there. Gala trying to also help out. The Lord down to 50%. Joybaj trying to zone away along with Luffy. Otra just wants an opening. He's searching, he's looking, but Luffy doesn't want to let him in. This whole team is stopping Otra at whatever the cost, but this Lord should fall into the hands of TFB.
Oh my
What
God.
an excellent job by Team First Blood to zone out. Those were the two hardest working tanks out there, holding the line. Joybaj just pressing into Insomniacs to keep them zoned out. An amazing job here by Team First Blood to secure that this next Lord.
Yep. Now they have to capitalize on this Lord, make up for all of the time spent losing their towers by Team First Blood. They have to do this and take out and crack into the base private.
Yeah, and we're starting to see at the edge, we have all the lanes synced up here. So this is a very incredible Lord that's going to be smashing in, possibly going to get us down to inhibitors here as we are starting on this top tower.
Yeah, they're going to get a lot out of this, and I mean like a lot. They're attacking from every single angle. They want to break through. They want to maybe even get the finish. The concealed play from Joybaj coming into the backside of Gala. There's no escape for this. Last Insanity comes in. Luffy even uses the Fallen Star Moon, but it is all wasted. But the Fatal Links connects onto Ashley. The Winter Truncheon comes down, but Luffy does not want to stop. Suppression comes in. Luffy uses Immortality. Lord still working onto that mid lane, trying to get an inhibitor. Inhibitor falls. Now 1 for 1, all against this. Does TFB try to finish this? They back off. Gina onto the bottom inhibitor now, chipping away quite quickly. Are you going to be able to take another one out of this? And even the playing field, Team First Blood, even if they don't take it, they're still looking very good to possibly take this game.
And that was a big cleanup.
Amazing. Yeah, amazing plays down there. They sat through an entire blazing duet, but still able to come away with all left down to only 2 inhibitor towers there. And this, I mean, just an amazing play right now from Team First Blood. And
this could be super bad for 8 letters. Immortality comes up, but that is it. And that is a huge, huge pick. Joy Sen back up 60 seconds for 8 letters, and Joy Kid wants more. Ashley trying to run away. You need to watch out for that hook, though. Theo wants to find something. Oaks right now on to Joy Kid. He is going to be able to walk away from this. And while this is happening, Gia takes another inhibitor. TFB went from falling behind to now controlling this game like a chessboard.
Yeah, they oh no. Oh, Gina.
Gina.
Might be biting off a little bit more than he can chew here from this bush as we see Theo. I mean, they're being very patient here.
Well, they know he can CC away. Like, Gina has the ability to, if the hook lands, you just boop, you second skill out.
Long.
Ash? Oh, this is bad. Yes, definitely waited too long. The base is low as Gina dances around, and it's a 2-0 sweep. Insomniacs goes down to the lower brackets.
Victory!
Not just Insomniacs, but I mean the story here is Team First Blood. This is what we were talking about. What separates the top tier from those average teams is the ability to maintain your calm and know where your win conditioning is. I was saying it the whole game. They've got a late game. It's just going to be very rough. And man, let me tell you what a rough early game that was for Team First Blood. I was beginning to lose hope for a little bit there, but as we moved away from the laning phase, as we started coming into more and more of the where we could group up, where we could get these wombo combos, like you see here, Shen, as we were moving in for a lot of that CC from those fatal links, Shen able to put on a ton of damage to be able to take down a lot of these teammates in these team fights.
Yeah, just a great, I mean, TFB really lost out in that laning phase, right? And it's still something I'm going to get on them about. I feel like their laning phase is a little bit weak. It's something that I think if that was something they could perfect, they'd just be that much stronger. But they were just able to consistently hold out and find their stride in that late game. They pushed, they conserved. They were like way down to nothing but 1 inhibitor left, and Insomniacs had like 6 towers left, and Insomniacs ended up losing that match. I thought we were definitely going to game 3 there. I'm not gonna lie.
I was thinking the same thing.
The way that they played, it's almost like one inhibitor was part of their game plan. It's like once they hit to, all right, we have one inhibitor left. Is this where we start pushing back? Yeah, this is the point. And then they completely, absolutely started dominating little by little at first, but then as soon, like it was points where they didn't even matter when Claude was able to come in with those blazing duets. They were able to handle it until all the way the strategical like push from Luffy and Joybosh for that last Lord that they got, where those two were basically holding the line for against the entirety of Insomniacs to allow Team First Blood the time they needed to get that Lord. And it was so masterfully done, because every single time that they were getting pushed back, the Esmeralda and the Atlas were getting pushed back, then you saw the rest of Team First Blood rotate in and begin to start doing damage, which would scare away Insomniacs again, and then they'd move back to doing the Lord. It was just this back and forth that was happening during that last fight that I really enjoyed, and I love how Team First Blood was able to maintain that.
Yeah, that was definitely that was an exciting match. I was gripping my seat. You know what I'm saying? Like there was some plays, they were back and forth, and at the end, what did I say? We know all the TFB fans were thinking, Joybosh, just make the sets, make it happen, because he was like whipping them in the start. I was like, ooh, this Atlas, you're not really connected, man. You're looking a little rough right now. And then towards the end, he was just able to make some amazing plays. There was some over-the-wall grabs there. Definitely cleaned up. Insomniacs, though, will go down to the lower bracket, where they will face up against Deuce Knights tomorrow night. So we can't count Insomniacs out just yet. We can't count Deuce Knights out just yet. Either one of them could climb out of this hole, could still make it to the finals. You just got to pick up the pieces. You got to see where you went wrong, learn from it, and try to win the next series. Just keep on playing and see if you can come out victorious.
100%. Hondo.
Now, up next, we will have a game that I know a lot of people are waiting for. It's a bit of a rematch because we just saw this in some of the last days of the season. Up next, we have the Valley going against Ethereal. Now, the Valley really gave it to Ethereal, I would say, during the season. And, you know, us three have been talking about how just because Ethereal doesn't have the best record, they're still a great team. And I think Ethereal's win plan here, like if I had to say like how they can pull this off, take advantage of that. Take advantage of the fact that they're probably going to try to troll you. They're going to come into this like it's a joke, and you just need to like just come in either super strong, just be a steady team, and don't let them get in your head, right? Like the Valley, it's like going up against like Muhammad Ali, who's just trash talking you while he's punching you in the face, you know? Or like even when you punch him back in the face, he's laughing at you. Like you just got to keep a level head for Ethereal. I think that's the goal here, right? Draft solid, play solid, and don't let that skill gap, you know, get in between you and the victor.
Well, that's kind of the ingrown problem when you face players whose micro is as intensive as the Valley. I think that's one of the biggest of all the teams in the NASL. Fast Hands purely describes the Valley. They are just on it when it comes to their reaction time, and if you can't equal that, you're not going to be able to learn that overnight. it's something, but you can draft better, you can strategize better, you can rotate better and faster than them, and make and punish them for mistakes that they make. And that's what you're confusing me with the way you say it. I call them ethereal.
What is the how do you say it?
Is it ethereal or ethereal?
Ethereal. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm saying the same word you are. I'm saying it faster. I don't know.
Spitting
Ethereal.
all over my mic.
Ethereal.
If they want to win, they're gonna have to go and play to their strengths, which is stuff like I said. You can't teach Fast Hands overnight. What you can do is draft better and play and rotate better, and that's what they're going to need to do here. Because I don't want to focus on TV or on Team Valley and them not taking it seriously. Because if you're banking on that, then what do you do if they do take it seriously? You're just screwed. It's like, oh no, they came here to play. okay, guys, we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up. They, these bad boys, because I mean, it's one of the things that has been my biggest critique of the Valley and some of the members is it's such a joy to watch them play and the plays that they can make. But I feel like as far as like discipline, they do have problems with that a little bit, and we've seen it here through the Valley. I mean, they're comfortable, but it remains to be seen how they do against, like I was saying, when their backs are up against the walls, when pressure is on them. Are they going to be able to maintain like Team First Blood when they're behind the entire first half of the match where their lanes are being pushed in? They've got one inhibitor left. Are they going to be able to maintain through that? And that's something I really want to see from Team Valley. And unfortunately, not too many teams have been able to pressure them like that yet.
All right, now, before we go any further, we are getting these teams into here. We are going to jump into a quick 3 to 5 minute break. Now, a great thing to do during this break would be go to our Discord, join the 10 epic skin giveaway by helping support Eclipse.gg, who has in turn supported us during this weekend of the league. As I said before, they donated $200 to the prize pool, and all you have to do to be a part of this giveaway is join the Discord, click on the link in the league announcements, or ask anyone in the Discord for the link. You're going to make an account with Eclipse.gg, and what they are is an automated stream clipping service that make your job easier by clipping out all the best moments in your battles in Mobile Legends. Now, like I said, you're going to make an account, you're going to screenshot that account and post it in the Eclipse event, and tomorrow night we'll be announcing 10 separate winners for 10 epic skins. Now, while we're taking this break, like I said, it's a great time to do that, and we'll see you guys in just a few minutes for the Valley going up against Team Ethereal.
That is picture perfect right here.
Middle, Craxy and Hate all alone. Can they defend this push, or are we going to see the sweep for the final? Ziggy flashes in, able to get the stun. Craxy in his back line, does some nice damage. Immortality comes up from right under the ultimate of Japanese, and now Hate all alone, not able to defend off. New Wave will take this game. The death counters are just too high, and New Wave takes the champion. Feeling this out of the way, the nice stun on the shark. Pokey doing a little damage to the top line. I feel so alive, it's like I'm living time. All the shit on my mind, feel like I'm living vibes. I lost touch with reality, that shit killed the vibe. Had me living like I ain't having shit, I'm just getting by. And I'm far from the endless sky, still I grind to get me on top. No ceiling tiles, yeah. Ain't no cap, this an enterprise. Know you feel the vibes, feeling blessed that I'm still alive.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out.
Just barely out there by Supra. And they secure the kill on the feeding. What a save! Secures the kill on him. Do we get a team wipe here? Do we get a team wipe?
Wait, there's a butterfly locked on. Gals kicking the back line. But Servasi will get suppressed and taken out first blood. Going to the side of Area 77. Nicolette keeps on coming in. Marcus here. Yeah, I'm feeling so alive. I feel energized. I used to sit inside, let my feelings hide. Everything I despise, no reason given why. Now I thank God I'm alive, not doing prison time. Yeah, now I'm keeping all the bullshit aside to give me mine. Had to cut a lot of homies off, I goes just in the line. And that shit don't affect me, I was feeling fine. Still inspired to chase a fucking dream like the kid inside me.
Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out. Lost touch with reality. This shit got me forever free. And I'm so far gone now. Feel so alive and going all out.
Now, Yeho coming in, doing a little bit of damage on the shark. But it looks like Team Sexy wants to forward a nice quicker kick. Nice knock up. Down goes Mara cutie to major damage.
That Franco was really low. He was more focused on lane. We're seeing Uzi getting demolished. I think that was messed up. But
use that petrify, but Ziggy is gonna go down. It's another kill there. And do some sort of crazy play. But now he is taking some damage there. He does cover it up, so he can't get the kill. Wait a second. Flicker away. Ziggy though chasing in. Does have an ultimate way to use it. All the way down to the airstrike. It's slow down, trying to push it. Taking a bit too much damage. Let's go taken out. Zia on the map. Zia taking some damage. In comes that ultimate.
The openings, they're not able to find those singles out. That's going to come out with another with that ultimate trying to make some space. Sharp with an Numen on blast. They are going to get the kill on to 8. Nice counterplay coming from Team Switch. Wait a second. Best player with the petrify. Sharp trying to Numen on blast. Will get stopped in his track. And a nice time offended on the Sharp. They take that tower. Now coming around the side of Axel there. With the Dark Lord. They will get the kill on. They like coming on the Sharp. right now, they're being punished for it because Insomnia is just out
but still able to get the kill on the best player. 3 members down, make that forward. Nicolette all alone, but they don't have any. Wow, but again, no one's able to stop this Numen on flash. It crashes down and gets the pin on the wall. fight, the disengage will most likely happen.
Welcome to the North American Squad League.
For those of you who are new, this is the first and currently only Mobile Legends League in all of North America.
A place where the top teams from the United States, Canada, and Mexico get to battle it out over the span of 10 weeks.
What are they battling for, you might ask? To start, 3,000 USD, 50,000 diamonds, but most of all, the right to say our team is the best.
It's been an amazing journey these past 2 seasons with teams like Area 77 and New Wave go home with the glory.
But as there will be 6 teams returning from previous seasons,
we do have some new faces coming in as well, and they look hungry.
For those of you loyal viewers who have been sticking with us through the past 2 seasons, we have to say thank you. And for
all of our new
viewers,
welcome to
the show.
We hope you
And I
enjoy.
hope you enjoy.
Nothing that New Wave can really do there. One thing that I liked about this Lord take than the last one when they lost 2 members, best player stayed close to the Lord, right? Hold on, Blaze Joy comes in. House Fanboy gets away with a sliver and takes out Sirius.
Right now, and this is something different from what we were seeing from New Wave, is even while they were getting kills on them, they were still able, we do see a New Blast coming out.
Oh, but the reverse time able to get him out of that, but it's not enough. Whole World coming in with the heavy spin. Sakamoto able to get out with just a sliver of health. You can't even see the health.
Do here, because it does open it up a little bit for the side of Deuce Knights, G.
Look at that. They're like, I'm getting that tower. You know, just holding it out there. What we're really seeing,
engage, and that's what the difference is right here for the Diggy, and that's what happens when you get a Diggy on the back foot. You're not able to really capitalize. Oh, easy peasy, caught in midair.
Why is he walking like, bro? You gotta know what you're up against, man. You gotta know there's a heavy spin in there. He just dived into a heavy spin, like, I got this. Hold my beer, and just completely annihilated there. Strike does come down 14. Sakamoto out of the way to save 10 use that wall. And let Mingu here. Easy peasy with the chains. And Mingu does not touch the ground before she dies. Knocked up from the chains, knocked up from the wild charge, and taken out in the sky. A wonderful mark from the side of Deuce Knights. They want to keep going. Don't let the big stun come in from the side of their strike. Don't let Darwin into our back line. The moment we all right, we are back for the final series of tonight, and it should be a good one. It's the Valley going up against Ethereal. Now, the Valley, as we said before we took this break, definitely has the advantage. Definitely, I think a lot of people are putting their chips on the Valley. So can we see Ethereal possibly make a comeback and take this game, Private?
Well, we talked about what Ethereal needs to do to beat them before the break, but let's talk a little bit about what makes the Valley so dangerous and what a lot of people have been coming here, and that's because they kind of have an amalgam of players in there that are just very strong, especially with the new additions of Hoon and Shark.
Why'd you say it like that?
Well, because I was well, in another game, Hoon's name was Hoon with a lot of O's, and that's what I used to always call him when I'd see his name. Like, it's Hoon. But with Hoon and Shark on the team, adding to the already like very dominant roster in there, including Basic, it's been they have just this meticulous amount of synergy and ability, like just the how they've been going at these teams. It has been remarkable. Like, even if you have great drafts, they're able to play into counters to the point, like we've talked about, that they get a little confident with their abilities, and kind of they draft like outside the box picks that they are still able to be successful with. So, and that's why everybody's kind of leaning on them right now, well, especially as well as the popularity of Shark and Hoon. As most people know, Shark coming from Bloodthirsty Kings, Hoon from Gosu in years past. But Ethereal, like we said, they need to kind of close ranks around some of their strengths, which would and create strengths of their own, which would be like during the draft phase and during during the rotations during the game. But we're going to see how this lands up as we start this first banning phase. The Valley taking on Ethereal here. Game 1.
Out of the box, the Bia. I was suspecting Masha.
Don't remind them, we might actually see it here tonight. It would be a great first ban, especially as we've said before, and we can't say it again. Just the versatility and the damage that she can do, whether it's up close or far away, especially that shotgun up close. I mean, we saw earlier today where she 3-shot a core down. So I mean, definitely a smart pick to take out of there, but it does open up some other marksmen, especially for the side of the Valley, that they can potentially be very strong with.
And rid of that Akai.
I think the Beatrix ban may slowly, as we creep farther and farther into playoffs, may be a major thing. Maybe not for like the first team, but you do have Basic, who we know has been favoring into the Claude sometimes and some other picks. So why not just get rid of the Beatrix and know that you have plenty of opportunities for Basic to pick up. The Akai ban now coming in, and the Valley taking their time for their second ban.
Cure the pain. Your team is banning.
I wonder what they're possibly trying to go here, you know, like, and so a lot of people don't know that these are regular picks. If you're in the stream and you know, like a Valentina is just such a strong mage, getting that out of the water. Bia has just been absolutely broken right now. And then the Kai, you know, like getting that guy out of there as well. So we'll see how she goes here, Private.
Yeah, well, I mean, on the side of the Valley, I mean, when we talk about versatility of the Beatrix, I mean, you have to add Valentina into that with what she adds to the battlefield of being the amount that she can recover as far as health, how much damage she can output, how fast she scales, and then the ability to take your opponent's ult to change the landscape of these types of battles. It's a sure win to go ahead and ban her out there. And as we've seen, Masha being taken out there as well, just that early aggression and the strength of her, just it shows through, and you never can go wrong with a ban on her.
Yeah, just, I mean, you got to think about it. Masha, what, like 30,000 HP? That's just something you don't want to run into. That's like running into a tank when you're driving a car.
Yeah, Masha's definitely an issue, right? And all the teams respect it. Nobody's let it through yet. I think we've seen just about everybody but the Masha and the Faramis leaked into the drafts tonight, right? And those are two heroes that it seems nobody wants to have a problem with. Lots of things still open for the side of the Valley here. What are they going to prioritize? You know, are we going to see something like the Wanwan? Are we going to see something like the Thamus? Do they just play it safe here? Still kind of questioned. They pick up the Ballman, which has been the prio pick for many, many teams so far.
Yeah, but we're going to be able to answer with 2 picks of our own. Now, here's the thing. I know we have Julian open, and I know its instinct is to take it away from the Valley. But my thinking is, if you cannot play that Julian to the level that we saw in the last series, that I would leave it out there and just go with something you're familiar with, go with something that you can play, and hopefully be able to counter Julian out there. As we've seen, when Julian is not like prioritized for that jungler role or that mid role, he kind of flounders a bit there. But we do see some nice prioritizing here with the Franco and the Wanwan pickup.
I can't believe you just used the word flounder. That
like a fish.
Yeah, you know, all I could think is the moment you said that was like flops. But we are seeing a Diggy pick here. I'm guessing it's to, you know, stop the Franco. Maybe a good play here.
No.
Well, we discussed
I
it a
will say
little.
that the Valley is one thing I want to point out real quick is the Valley's not trolling right now. They're picking pretty solid picks. Wondering what Hoon's gonna fall into here. I would like to see the Julian. I feel like we goes for the Eve instead. It's so interesting seeing Hoon just pick up these like mage picks, right? Like normally he's always does the flashy things, and watching Hoon play Eve is definitely something I don't think I ever expected would happen in a Mobile Legends tournament.
Well, and that's the thing is Hoon is a very flashy player, and his skill set goes into those mechanically inclined heroes. So to see him pick an Eve speaks a lot about what he's been doing with the Valley and trying to be more team orientated. And I did want to add in with the Diggy pickup, not just being able to stop those hooks, but it also cleanses the Valley of those weakness stacks from Wanwan. So she'll be able to get the stacks, but as soon as that time journey is activated, boom, stacks are all reset, and she's gonna have to try to get them again. So a decent pickup here by Shark.
Yeah,
definitely. Now with the X-Borg getting picked up here though from Lanier, so you know, we saw the X-Borg work well for TFB, but it was very late game. Same with the Wanwan. I think at this point, Ethereal needs to pick up, you know, maybe a nice aggressive early game mid lane mage, something to balance themselves out right now. They do have this this Franco, which can kind of protect X-Borg in the early phases against from the aggression that we know Ballman's going to bring, but still, I want to see a bit more balance to their composition.
As far as early game, I think like as far as mage picks would go for me, it's kind of difficult. Maybe a Farja, although like I've said before, I'm not a huge fan of Farja and her immobility during her feathered airstrike, but it does provide with the wings by wings the ability to kind of clear your lane and immediately be able to support your outside either gold or XP lanes. On the other side of that, maybe a Kagura there as well, which would be able to punish that Diggy and possibly the Eve, because Eve is going to have to stand still while she's pulling out that real world manipulation, which will allow Kagura to get the latch on an umbrella and then that yin yang overturn.
It's time to go to the RT show.
Your team is
I mean, we're seeing some solid bands here. I want to see what they're gonna try to play here.
What?
Okay.
What?
I'm really surprised, Aiko.
What? He's not gonna pick that. He's not gonna pick that.
Again,
I mean,
mostly trolls here, you know.
Collecting a bunch of skins they don't actually have.
Ooh.
Attorney lobby skins. Oh, we do. That's spicy. That's we haven't seen Yuzong in a while. Now, it was used a lot, especially as a good counter to this to the Yve, right?
Yeah.
You can Black Dragon. You also get some nice rotations in the early game. You can really try to prioritize onto those turtles, onto some of those early objectives. But now we're looking at this Fredrin, and that could be a first show of Fredrin in the playoffs.
Yeah, there's a reason, however, that Yuzong has not seen recent play, and that's because of the changes to the defensive items and to a lot of the heroes that he meets in the XP lane. A lot of them are able to out-sustain him there. So it's going to be interesting to see how well he can, one, avoid the damage, and two, be able to dive into that back line after Hoon, and if he can capitalize on that, or the rest of his team is going to be able to kind of follow up on that.
I like the Phoveus answer. I really like the Phoveus answer. I think you deal with the Wanwan. Not only that, anytime that this Yuzong wants to make that second skill dash, right, you can also lock onto him. A lot of opportunities. Same thing for Lanier. I'm wondering, does his passive, when he loses his shield and he passive dashes, does that proc the Phoveus ult?
I'm pretty sure it does.
Pretty sure it does, right?
It's movement based, yeah.
So that's another thing. Anytime his shield gets brought down, JC can just lock on to a half health X-Borg. So I think JC picking up this Phoveus is a very solid pick overall.
Yeah.
And it really is going to round down to how much pressure that they can put onto JC. His early game and his clear, not really the greatest among other XP laners here. But like I said, we're talking about the Valley here, and their synergy has been remarkable throughout the league as we're moving here now into the playoffs.
And this is the last series of tonight. Not the last series of the upper bracket, but the second to last. This will be the Valley going against Ethereal. Definitely excited for this one, guys. And what I gotta say the most I'm happy about is Super Shark has brought in my favorite Diggy skin with the bunnies of death.
I think T-Rex is a Diggy. I don't know what that said.
I think that was a congratulating us on our awesome server. That's what I'm going to take it as we move here. Look at the unit. Ethereal moving as a unit, kind of as they take out the first buff, and then kind of trying to go to reinforce that top lane right now.
It's interesting to see the Phobius again, like kind of make it in. You were talking about it earlier. I mean, we'll see how it is. It is the Valley playing it, but I don't know. Let's see, you know.
Yeah, definitely excited for it. Now, we see the Franco once again on the side of Ethereal. The only problem is it's paired up with the Sexborg, which is going to have a little bit of trouble. I think at this point he is trying to defend, but he misses that hook already, and Tarzan now just walking into this jungle unaffected, maybe able to even take some camps away from Lanier here. Does use that lethal counter, brings everyone quite low, but Lord Zed is here to help out, keep Tarzan at bay.
Yeah, and what they're doing here is creating pressure. That means that a lot of these laners are going to have to join the jungle to stop them and then miss out on farm at their original lane. So, and then this is what you get when you're facing a team like the Valley, and how much aggression they can have so early game.
Yeah, and we see, I mean, the rotation's already going towards the turtle, which is a solid play to do here. I mean, they have a Ballmon on the side of the Valley. And I mean, the only person that can really stop this Ballmon from a lethal counter is Franco.
Lord quickly goes down, but here comes JC with that demonic force, able to lock onto Lanier. Lanier will go down, and ZS Fave will be next. Tarzan now is going to work away onto this blue buff, and it is a good start for the side of the Valley.
Yeah,
already putting that demonic force from JC there to use, able to pick up a kill there. And I mean, it kind of comes down there too. You saw that Ethereal really wasn't kind of contesting the placement of the turtle. They were able to get a good angle on it. Was the Valley all the way on their side? So I mean, we really need to prioritize these our positioning when we're facing a team like the Valley, especially when it comes into these objectives.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that we are seeing from Ethereal here is that they are babysitting the Wanwan, and I feel like they know that they have to do that, because that's one of their win conditions is letting the Wanwan pop off. And if you're not able to do that early on, it could be a problem. But we do see maybe a little bit of an engage, a lot of people in the top lane here. And this is like the wait and bait that we always see. They show presence and then they leave.
Valley definitely just... It feels like right now Ethereal's being a bit more reactionary, just kind of following the rotation of the Valley around. But the Valley is setting the pace of this game at only 4 minutes in. Lanier forced away, not even able to farm in his own jungle right now.
And that's what they're that's what they're doing 100%. That's what you don't want to do as a team. You don't want to follow the other team's pace. You want the team to follow your pace.
Yeah, I mean, they're staying very much out of Zia's Fave's hooks radius here right now. And another
nice suppression though. Bloody Hunt does land on Tarzan, but it's a little bit too much. Oh my god, a big lethal counter comes out. Hoon does go down to the back line. Zed able to pick it up. Tarzan immobilized, trying to get onto Lanier, but Tarzan will go down. He takes one with him though. It's a 2 for 2. Shark now here to help out. Pulls Zed back, but Zed will walk away. Overall, 2 for 2 trade. The Valley keeps the gold lead.
It keeps the gold lead, but I feel like that 2 for 2 was only because of the greediness of Tarzan really staying in that the pocket of that blue buff there, an enemy territory. So and they still weren't able to, like, with 3 people, they're not able to take down Tarzan in like a quick manner, as we see them now focusing their efforts onto this turtle.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't have stayed in that blue buff that long.
I mean, I think Tarzan knows he wants to be aggressive. He knows they already have a nice advantage. TZ now getting dropped down very, very low. Zia's Fave needs to try to hit some hooks here. Needs to try to pick up something. Shark with the reverse time, though, and that's the problem. There's an answer from the Valley, even if he does land those hooks.
Almost like the Grok pick, but just in a small, tiny form.
Well, and this is going to kind of stave off a little bit too from that. From if Yuzong is able to come in here, 1, 2, 3 is able to come in there with that Black Dragon and then try to hit a Petrify on the team. You're still going to have that time journey from Diggy able to get them out of harm's way. So I mean, it's an interesting answer, especially picking Diggy right off the boot at the beginning here.
Right off the boot. Couldn't have said it better myself. We do see the Sicilian picking up that Clock of Destiny early on, allowing him to probably, you know, come into the late game going pretty crazy. But it's gonna have to go down to it. And while I was talking,
oh, Basic with the Blazing Duet. 2 members of Ethereal do go down up on the top side. This is going to be rough for Ethereal. We already have a tower down, only 6.5 minutes. The Valley keeping up the aggression. Lanier just trying to farm at this point. He is 2 levels behind Tarzan already in a very bad spot. He can't even fight for this red buff. Going to get pulled back with that reverse time. Tarzan now going to start working away onto this red buff as Lanier just tries to salvage it, but another tower goes down in the gold lane now.
Well, and this is the problem when you pick heroes of such late game stature, like we're seeing right here. Ooh, a nice little latch on to JC here.
Ooh, JC is using the Demonic Force, gonna get another proc onto 1, 2, 3 there. Under the tower, flame shot. Demonic Force gives JC the killing spree. A beautiful pick from JC, and Ethereal is just being outclassed right now.
yeah, I can't believe they've already taken 2 tiers in the top lane. That's crazy. And they took mid lane and bottom lane. Oh, not bottom lane just yet, but that's a lot of towers gone private.
Yeah, this is what we were saying before, is like, this is how late game this composition is. I mean, you don't have anything to fear from Ethereal in the early game, and they're hoping so hard to get to the mid to late game. That's just not going to happen with a team like the Valley here, who are just going to take every single inch and start creating miles out of that. The only thing that they haven't pushed here is going to be this bottom tower, and I hope 1, 2, 3 realizes that, because that puts him in the kill zone soon.
Yeah, he's definitely in the kill zone. Tarzan, JC, they're going to cut this lane, wait for the next wave to come. And where does 1, 2, 3 even go? He uses the recall to go back to base. Tarzan now coming in. Hoon with that road manipulation. Lanier will go down as Chef TZ and Lord Zed try to defend the mid, but all members are here. Blazing Duet comes down. Chef TZ deleted. Zed may just be next. Basic with the battle mirror image coming back to the mid to help cut this lane now as the rest of the team continues to close in. The Valley is relentless. It looks like they want to end this fast.
Yeah, I mean, they do not want to allow that late game with the Sicilian, and I mean, they're just doing so well. They're always cutting the back line of the towers. T-Rex, we might see a huge conflict here, maybe.
Nothing too major. The Valley just slowly chipping away. Honestly, it is almost lackluster at this point. They're just cleanly chipping through, and Ethereal's just getting pushed more and more back into this corner. Not even able to really respond with any big play. Real manipulation does come down. Chef TZ in the back. JC procs the Demonic Force right into them. Make that a double kill. Lord Zed goes down as well. Tarzan now picking away at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 trying to do something. Does get the kill onto Shark. Putting something on the map. JC taken out by towers inside of the inhibitor. 1, 2, 3 does have the passive procs, but it's not enough. Main Hoon gets the pick. Lanier now on to Hoon. Tarzan will go down as well as Lanier tries to keep it up, but Main Hoon on the chase. Hoon chasing down Zia's Fave. Gonna be able to get this finish. Another kill falling into Hoon.
You can catch that skill every second. What is going on here?
Just pecking away at Franco. He's like, meep, meep, meep. And after 100 shots, down goes Franco, and he was powerless to stop it.
Meep.
Meep.
I love that noise. That was a good noise. Yeah, but I mean, when you're in It's almost like a 9k gold lead here. As you can see, the gold towards the valley has just been almost like the stock market. What we wish the stock market was.
I was gonna say, what stocks do you have?
More like the housing market. Anyways, now at this point, I mean, listen, man, Ethereal going up against literally the top placing team in the league right now. We knew the Valley was gonna come in and dominate. I just hope that Ethereal puts up a little bit more of a fight here. They do have some late game probability, but the Valley knows that. They're gonna close this gap. I mean, we're at a 7k gold lead, nothing but inhibitors left, and only First Lord has popped up. I just don't know if there's an answer right now.
Well, I mean, they're starting to reach out. It's about yeah, you said already 11k gold lead. They're almost at full build right now against a team that is barely getting their third items online right now. They are just absolutely dominating in every way possible here right now.
Yeah,
and they're just trying.
They might just try to close this. Inhibitor's gonna get basic attack down, essentially. And the Lord has clear way in. The Valley may just try to push this in now, but you know what? I gotta say, the Valley is like, I think they know that they have this game, but they're really just at this point, it's like, all right, let's take this serious. Let's play this seriously. It's time to start practicing. They have some goals in mind for this year. So even there, when it's like they could have probably gotten real aggressive there, they back off and they just go for the next inhibitor. Yeah. Now the hook, though, does land on the Shark. Nothing too major. Another inhibitor goes down. 1, 2, 3 in the Black Dragon form, maybe trying to come in, but the Valley backs off once again, Private.
Yeah, and it's amazing too, and especially 1, 2, 3. Just the fear almost. You saw he's in Black Dragon form. He could have landed. He had Petrify, but he knew the moment he landed in between them, it was going to be game over. So he decided to go ahead and just kidding, went back to base and landed there. And just the dominance that we're seeing so far from them. 9k gold lead still here, but we're starting to kind of get into about mid game for the side of Ethereal, but I mean, it's almost too little too late. This is what you want to do. This is what a lot of teams lack, is that tenacity to be able to push this early game and really capitalize on that late game weaknesses that we have from Ethereal.
Yeah, and I just don't know if there's anything besides turtling up and trying to get as much as you can, but look at that.
Oh, Ethereal brought down. Hoon with the road manipulation, able to pick up the kill. 1, 2, 3, trying to do something, but Ironic Force comes into the back. Chef TC may just go down. JC finds it and picks up the kill. JC now up at the front, gets one more Demonic Force. Can he make it 2? Trying to lock on to Lanier, but Tarzan is here, able to pick that up. Immortality possible. Lanier will not, actually does get a way there, but 2 inhibitors down. The Valley keeping up the aggression, waiting for the moment to finish this. They're locking on to the base. This could be it. Base down to half, base down to a quarter, and the Valley take game 1.
I mean, absolute poetry in motion from the side of the Valley, especially with that last fight. Franco out front just kind of baiting himself out there as soon as, or was it Franco? No, Diggy sitting up in front, or no, it was Tarzan, sorry. Tarzan up front with Hoon in the back. As soon as Tarzan got hooked, Hoon immediately went into the real world manipulation, punished Franco for that hook, and the rest of the team trying to clamor. Even 1, 2, 3 wasn't able to get a Black Dragon soon enough to punish Hoon in the back line. And I mean, it's just the synergy and the skill of these guys could be so overwhelming sometimes that it's like I don't want to call the matches lackluster. It's just it's from the beginning when you see them clash into each other right from the opening. JC taking advantage of those Phobius demonic forces from the first turtle fight. You knew from there how this game was going to go for the Valley.
Sure.
Yeah, the Valley definitely dominating there. You know, and honestly, there's not a whole lot to talk about that game. It was just clean from start to finish. Ethereal, I think the most important point in here is Ethereal needs to maybe change up their draft a little bit. I mean, at this point, like, maybe try something, maybe try to be aggressive, you know, maybe try to pick up the ballman for yourself, something like that. Maybe try to hammer in, because playing for the late game just didn't seem to work there. The Valley knows what they need to do, and they executed it well. So Ethereal definitely needs to change up the strategy here a bit.
Yeah, that late game against a team like the Valley, you're not going to be able to take advantage of that like another team. They are going to see that opening. And here's the thing too, is that they realize, and why I pointed out that Phoveus demonic force is because they realize the power spikes and what their heroes can handle to a degree that a lot of other teams kind of lack. They know exactly what their heroes can handle. All they needed was Phoveus to get into that fight. They'd be able to get some demonic forces, and cleaned up 2 kills off of that first turtle in a very dominating fashion. I mean, Phoveus, we kind of consider him kind of a mid to late game hero where he's going to be able to take off, but they used him right from the get-go, and that's what kind of amazes me, is just how well the Valley can kind of read into their heroes, know their ups, their positives and their negatives, and be able to capitalize off of that. Not only that, but they can see that in the enemy team too, when they see that opening of the lacking thereof in an early game from Ethereal.
Most definitely. I think that I think the possibilities are there, and Ethereal's definitely, you know, like, we've seen some decent games. They've made a few wins throughout the season, and it's just like those, I don't know if the pressure is just on right now, you know, like the export pick, for example, isn't something that you normally see. It was a pretty like clutch pick from TFB there in the last series that just happened to work out in the late game, and TFB was able to pull it off. So once again, like, we get to a point, and I used to say this in last season for a few teams, like, maybe you just need to do something drastic. Like, maybe just, you know, I don't know if there's just some nerves or what, but maybe just really try to hammer in onto the Valley. Maybe go for a super early game composition and just, like, play crazy, you know, switch things up. Because at this point, like, what do you have to lose, right? Like, what do you've lost your first game. You know you have trouble against the Valley because, you know, you lost in the season. I think maybe instead of trying the same old things you've been trying, just, I don't know, get crazy. Either way, if you lose, you lose. You know, like, we're getting down to a point where, like, you got to change up something here.
Well, I mean, you got to change something up, but I mean, we're talking about the literal best in the league right now. I mean, if they can do this type of breakdown against a normal composition, imagine what they could do against a just thrown together composition. I mean, I fear that the Valley would show you exactly why the meta is the meta if you start trying to tiptoe too far outside of it without the skill set to match it on those. I mean, maybe if all of your team has this one trick that they play outside of it, that would be outside the box. But I mean, I guess we're gonna find out here. This is the make or break for Ethereal here, for who's gonna be, if the Valley wins this, they're gonna be moving on, and Ethereal would be adjusting to the lower bracket.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens here. Ethereal will have first pick for this second series. Can Ethereal pull it off? Can they prove all the non-believers and bring us to a game 3?
Yeah, you know, I mean, let's see. We'll see if they definitely can. I definitely think that you shouldn't allow someone like the Valley to have someone like Palmon. So maybe don't ban it, take it for yourself, and maybe focus on objectives really hard.
Well, there was the little bit of that issue in the first game. They started off all right, but it's just that moment as soon as the first turtle went down, it kind of set Ethereal behind, whether it came to rotations, because the next turtle, they were way out of position to be able to even contest it.
Yeah.
They were still trying to get buffs. They weren't there on time, and that's when the team starts falling apart, is when those rotations happen. And that's something that you always have to kind of iron into your team game, regardless of how you're doing in a game. We need to make sure and adjust so that we're able to take these objectives or force something else out of this objective, whether that be taking another lane on the opposite side of the map or something like that.
Yeah.
So we are seeing some of these bans come in. Yves getting banned off. Hoon did run a nice Eve earlier, but I just don't know if that is worth the exact ban, right? But I think when you are first pick, you do want to leave some things open for yourself. The Fermis and the Valentina both gone, but at this time I think Ethereal really wants to secure something solid in their first pick.
Your team
I was wondering, I didn't want to say it because I wanted to see a Masha get played, but they ended up going for the great old Masha.
I almost wonder if we're talking about like tools in the toolbox of Ethereal, if it would be wise to ban out things from the Valley, or just to try to get your picks. You know what I mean? Like, because I mean, honestly, I feel like banning out players that you know that they did well on is almost it's almost a waste, because the Valley has such a wide pool of characters that they can use. So then maybe just try to gear your draft towards what is comfortable for you, and not really worry about what they got, because I mean, they're gonna counter. Their pool is so huge, so you're not gonna be able to ban them out. They're gonna probably have counters for what you have. And
most definitely Lanier, though, picking up the Sakai. So we know how well the Kai does in the jungle, right? Super Shark, though, picking up the Franco and Basic, securing that 1-1, which we have seen already tonight be an amazing counter. But with the Kai, you could apply some pressure in the early game, especially if Guapo opts to not go for a bulkier jungle. And with Balmond off the map, Tarzan may be forced to pick up something a little bit lighter that possibly the Akai could bully on. Now the Lolita showing up also can help with some of that aggression in the laning phase.
Yeah, it's going to come down to especially speed as well. I mean, we still don't really have too much early game oomph from the side of Ethereal. And it really depends on what we're going to be going for Tarzan. I feel like they're going to be going for something that clears very fast in place of Belmont, something that they can kind of take advantage of the slowness that you get from Linear on this Kai. There's some things like, I want to say Natalia clears very fast. Julian clears pretty fast as well. I mean, there's a lot of options for them here. As we're going to be moving very soon into this second banning phase.
And JC picks up the Dyroth, should be a solid counter to that Esmeralda G.
Yeah, I personally think, I mean, Ethereal is going to have to ban out that Lunox, because if they allow that Lunox to come through, I was going to say, you know, Ethereal's looking thick right now. But like 3Ks.
Your team is
yeah, but at this point, like they have this bulky front line, but by waiting for the last minute, now we're seeing these marksmen getting banned off.
Yeah.
There goes your Beatrix. There goes some of those options. We may see the Aerothel pick up. We know it counters the 1-1, right? We know it can deal with that. I just don't know if the side of Ethereal has that in their toolbox, right? The Valley may be thinking about this, deciding what they want to go for the second ban. They take out the Lilia, now limiting in onto that mage pool of Ethereal.
Yeah, Aerothel a decent counter. I feel like Clint is too, but he's fallen off the meta, and I feel like that is because his dash is so short, which makes him a pretty prime gank target as you move into the mid and late game. Because he does have to still maintain a pretty close distance to be able to get off a lot of that damage. But he does match Wan and is able to put on a lot of that burst damage before she can get all her stacks off. So it'll be really interesting to see as we lead into this last and final ban for the side of Ethereal.
Come and join me in
Most
my
definitely Lunox now getting banned off from the side of Ethereal. First pick in the second phase will go to the side of the Valley here. All they need, solid jungler. If they even want to, they could put the Dyroth into the jungle, but I think JC feels very comfortable going against 1, 2, 3 in that EXP lane. Tarzan maybe picking up the Paquito. Now I've seen Tarzan run it before in the jungle and do pretty with it. The question is, how well would that do against the Akai? They decide to swap Hoon up and lock in that Kagura.
Yeah, I assume that they're wanting to see what the last pick off is so that they can see if they're going to get countered or not. I do like the Kagura, but right now, she doesn't really have a target. Like, I mean, there's really not somebody you're going to be able to burst down in this lineup.
Foresight.
Yeah, Foresight there. I would pick tanks just in spite of that.
Just
there's your target. There's your target right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the back line you need. That definitely would do it for it. So let's see. I don't know, man. We got sets on the side of Ethereal. Two people that can give solid sets. Now 3. I think it's gonna come down to being able to hit those sets.
You know, the only thing I like, the Selena again. Right now, you definitely have some nice invade potential from the side of Ethereal. You have an Akai who can just sit in a blue buff, absorb some damage, and try to fight to steal it, right? You have this Lolita, who was a nice level 1 instant stun, essentially, right? And now you have the Selena with the Abyssal Arrows. The problem is I feel like when they get to this mid-game, like in even the late game, if Chef Teasy isn't just dominating in his lane, Ethereal's gonna have a major fall off point.
Well, the problem is Chef Teasy Bruno doesn't exactly have a great range from which to deal that damage. He's got to be pretty darn close. Definitely within umbrella range, I want to say. So, and that's going to be, it's going to depend on how this front line really can kind of collapse around this team and open that up for Chef Teasy here. Because Hoon, I'm going to tell you right now, he's going to be hard as heck to suppress down because he's able to get out of abilities with that umbrella. I forgot what it's called, but he's able to get out of even suppress abilities from Franco.
Most definitely. Now we are coming into this possibly final game. The Valley final series. The Valley going up against Ethereal. Ethereal just fighting for a chance to prove themselves here, fighting for a chance to show that they can play with the big dogs, that they can take down the top team with the most points in the league right now. The Valley doesn't want to let it happen. Can we see this go to a game 3?
You know, like I said, we're going to have to see it in the rotations is where we're going to have to see whether this can go into a game 3, how tight they can be and how well they pay attention to these objectives.
I think it's going to come down to who's going to get caught by that umbrella. Because everybody's within range. Nobody can escape the umbrella.
Or the arrow. Or Lord Zed's arrow. Or the arrow.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. I'll see it when I see it.
I think there's a lot of early game CC on the side of Ethereal. Even Shark right there needs to be careful, right? So we're already seeing the Lethal Wander go to the side of Ethereal here. Everyone rotating pretty tight. Zeus Fave sitting in this bush, waiting for Shark to come in, but he knows it's there. The hook locks in. Zeus Fave forced to run away.
That was such a good hook.
Yeah, well, he already read that there's going to be somebody in there. Zia's favorite, I mean, at least being able to get out of there without taking a death there. We have 30 seconds, though, until this first turtle, and I think this is going to set the tone for the rest of the match of how well they're going to be able to play into this.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of the Valley kind of just built into the counters for Ethereal. What we need to see from the side of Ethereal is we need to see some clean sets. We need to see a little bit of a rotation, and again, don't fall into the Valley's rotation. Create the rotation and make the Valley fall into it.
I think so. I think at this point, I don't know, man. I like Ethereal's composition. I think it's designed to be aggressive in this phase. The thing is, Zed needs to be able to land these arrows, and not on Hoon, who can just second skill away from this. Turtle now being tested. Lanier pops a heavy spin, maybe a little bit early there. Gonna give Tarzan a nice advantage over this. It is gonna be a bit of a retro battle. Yin Yang overturn does come in. Zia's Fave now forced a little walk away, trying to get away, but JC doesn't want to let it happen. Abysm Strike with a flicker. Lanier's already been wiped out. Turtle goes to the side of the Valley as the rest of the team, Ethereal, are on the ropes.
Yeah, unfortunately, they allowed JC to be able to flank their position all the way around from the behind, which did end up getting a kill onto Linear there and took away their retribution. So it's kind of amazing how their focus is too. They weren't even bothered by the other team. They just wanted to get the retribution off the board for this turtle fight.
And we do see a pretty big rotation up here.
Oh, Shark with the flicker. Bloody Hunt comes in. Chef TZ trying to output some damage. The Bulwark Shield comes out, but Mayhoon comes in. Crossbow Tang goes off, and Zia's Fave goes down.
Wow. It didn't even matter who they latched onto. They wanted Chef TZ, but even though they got Zia's favorite, still able to take him down, even though he blocked most of those shots with the Bulwark there. So, I mean, great job by the side of the Valley there.
Yeah, I'm kind of waiting to see what we can read from the Ethereal. You know, like they're gonna have to definitely focus on jungle now, just because they're a little bit farther behind. I mean, we're looking at what they're the Valley's jungle. I mean, he's Paquito, so you're gonna see the rotations pretty crazy, already a level higher than Ethereal's here, and maybe gonna be collapsing onto Esmeralda.
Most definitely. Tarzan just waiting for that moment, but decides to back off, maybe re-engaging. 1, 2, 3, just really, I think at this point, 1, 2, 3, like just hold your lane. Just don't die, hold your lane, don't lose your tower.
Yeah, but now we're about to see as 10 seconds are left on this turtle, if we are going to be in a better position to kind of capitalize on this next objective. Oh, and we do see that Akai, unfortunately, is taking that red buff. So is this going to open it up for the Valley?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Akai is all the way down there. I don't think he's gonna be able to make it up in time, but we do still have some time until Tarzan makes it there as well. Akai gonna opt for the blue buff instead. Tarzan will have the advantage to try to take this, but he is taking his time with it.
You can see the battle of Shark versus Zia in the mid.
Oh, the hook lands down. Suppression comes in, and Chef TZ is instantly deleted. Zia's Fave now pushed into the Valley's jungle, just trying to defend, but Common Basic is not going to let that go. Tarzan takes Turtle. Lanier gets the pin, but no one's there to help out. Now Lanier will go down. Abysm Strike finishes it off. JC picks up that kill. It's 5-0 at 5.5 minutes with a 3K gold lead going to the side of the Valley.
Yeah, a worthy effort right there at the beginning as both tanks kind of jockeying for position on that turtle. And a great job by Zia's favorite. Unfortunately, Chef TZ caught sleeping in the corner there. Did get an iron hook for measure and then got taken out quite quickly.
Oh my god, look at the damage by JC here.
Whoa! Whoa, nice flicker with the Abysm Strike. Gonna get that finish. We'll take a tower hit, forced to go back to base, but well worth it.
Yeah.
Oh, Bloody Hunt comes in onto Zia's Fave. Crossbow of Tang ready to go. Basics gonna clean up. At 7-0 now, at 6 minutes. We're watching a bloodbath, gentlemen.
We're watching about 1.2 kills per minute. No.
Yeah, and right now, just look at the damage coming on there. Linear going to have to go ahead and use that heavy spin just to get away.
Ooh. Chef TZ taking a bit of damage. Hoon just waiting for the moment. Finally, an arrow lands once again. Hoon just walks away from it. Towers falling down. 6.5 minutes. The Valley is making quick work of game 2.
And not just able to use the umbrellas to get away, but the speed in which it connected and he realized and was able to use the umbrella. That's just those fast hands. Oh my god.
Oh, Suppression comes down. Zia's Fave deleted.
Bro, the Valley came here to get a job done, and they are executing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely rough right now. The Valley definitely executing beyond belief. And what I gotta say though is like they didn't pick any really silly picks this time. They just came in, they drafted well. There's no Shark on Jungle Fanny with a Johnson Roam or anything like that. Hoon playing Gushin, which I think we all would have loved to see, but instead they took this game seriously and they are winning much, much faster than what we saw in the season. Basic now on Azia's fave, crossbow tangos off, Chef Cheesy will be next. Lanier also on the line of sight for Basic. Gonna sit here and wait, more minions coming down the mid. This may end before the 10-minute mark as Tarzan closes in onto another tower. JC past the wall, cutting lane a little bit. Main Hoon in Basic will continue to put on pressure.
They're going at that mid turret.
This is just a class in aggression, knowing your roles in here and being able to capitalize on your synergy here.
Oh, the first Numion blast.
Finally does land. Lanier gets the pick onto Hoon, but hooked in and stopped. Main Hoon does not go down, survives with just a wink of health and walks away safe. Ethereal does everything they can to try to get that pick, and they're still just not able to. Another hook. Suppression comes in, and down goes Lord Zed. Zia's fave may just be next. Nothing but 3 inhibitors stand in this fight.
Hoon said, I'm not going to be the first blood.
I was just about to say that. He's like, I'm not going to be the first one. Not like this, not like this. And still able to get away with like 1 health left.
Yeah, this is
Definitely.
just a crazy bloodbath. There's the gold lead is just so substantial. The Numion blast whiffs.
11k gold lead over to the side of the valley here. Coming in onto these inhibitors. This could spell victory for the Valley. The flicker hook comes in. The Valley just starting to dominate more and more. Tarzan comes in. Yin Yang overturn connects. Tarzan looking for something, misses, grabs air, finally connects on Azia's fave, but the inhibitor does go down. Shark feeling very deadly with these hooks right now. Even Lanier can do nothing in this heavy spin because Shark is ready to pull him out of the battle. Minions are connecting onto the base. Another hook lands onto Azia's fave, and he goes down. Next could be this. Lanier finally locking onto Hoon. Hoon will go down. Finally, a blood comes in, and Hoon is the first one picked off.
Poor Hoon, the first one, possibly only one to go down so far. And right now, I mean, we have a Lord coming up, and they have already taken up. This is the first Lord, and they are only 1 inhibitor left on the board for Ethereal. Just the Valley taking advantage of their lead like no other.
I mean, it's kind of hard to compete when Tarzan's almost level 15 at the 10-minute mark. Just like a 5-level difference. You're definitely gonna get that 1-punch KO'd.
All right, Lord is up now, 10.5 minutes. You know, normally I would play devil's advocate. I would fight for Ethereal. I would try to say some strategies, but the realization is I don't think there's anything they can do. The Valley is clearly dominating this. Lord is coming. Tarzan playing it aggressive. Basic also playing the distance. We do have a super minion on the base. Will the Valley try to end this? One thing I got to give to Ethereal, they are fighting. You know, they're not just like, okay, let's end this, let's finish this. They want to try. They are coming. The conceal play does come in. Numion blast from the angle with the flicker does lock in, but Main Hoon is able to escape. Lord connecting on to the base. Zia's Vave brought very low. Tarzan picks up the kill. The base brought down to 75%. Shark locks on to Zed. Lanier 1, 2, 3. Chef Cheesy trying to defend with everything they can, but this will be it. The Valley moves on to the next bracket, and Ethereal drops down to the lower.
I mean, the story of this match is the Valley. This is what we've been wanting to see, and unfortunately, it happened against Ethereal. I mean, the Valley just super tight with their rotations. The draft was perfect, and like I was talking about, the micro ability of some of these guys. I mean, Hoon did suffer a death, but like most of those shots, it was like immediately for him knowing how to be able to get out of it and basically just flexing. There wasn't much that Ethereal could do here. I mean, if you're gonna try to break this down, it just comes down to, unfortunately, skill level, and Ethereal being some of our one of the rookies, this is their first North American Squad League appearance, or not appearance, but their first time in the league. So I mean, there's still a lot of growing that needs to be done on the team. It's just the Valley was too tough of an opponent to overcome at this time.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at a rookie team. You're looking at essentially like an amateur team, right? Going against some of the most veteran players in North America ML. Not only North America, but like you have Basic, who's ex-MPL player. You have Hoon, who is, you know, a pro player, not just ML, but several MOBAs. So it is definitely a huge wall to climb, a huge gap to try to shrink. But Ethereal came, they played, they will go down to the lower bracket. And what I'm excited for is next weekend when the Valley goes up against either the Simpsons or Vec Fantasy Main in the second round of the upper bracket. Definitely something that's going to be exciting as we move forward. We will start to see some of the bigger teams clash. Some of these teams, like some of these matches that I am definitely waiting for. What next week we'll see Ackerman up against Team First Blood should be an epic clash for sure.
I can't wait to see it.
Most definitely. Now, to those that don't know, that will be it for tonight. Tomorrow we'll be back on at 7:30, and we'll be watching the last series of the upper bracket, which is the Simpsons going up against Vec Fantasy Main. Then we will watch Deuce Knights facing against Insomniacs, and the final will be the loser of Vec Fantasy and Simpsons going up against Ethereal. Definitely excited for it. It's been a nice night. It's been a great night. No hiccups. No teams not showing, nothing crazy. I was talking to G before this stream started. I'm like, I just want tonight to go smooth. I just want to cast. I want to have some fun. It's been a long week, and the teams delivered. So to all the teams, I really do appreciate it. You guys put on some great shows tonight, some great games. That TFB versus Insomniacs, epic. Deuce Knights and Ackerman going the full distance to all three. Definitely some epic games, and I'm excited for the rest of these playoffs, Private.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. I've been waiting for the playoffs for a very long time, especially with the Valley. Like I said, it's been a huge transition on the landscape of North America here lately, with all the teams kind of merging into different players. The Valley has consistently, even before they picked up Shark and Hoon, first place in the squad league. So they've already been a force to be reckoned with. It's going to be interesting to see how they line up against some of these other teams too, when it comes to Ackerman, when it comes to Team First Blood, and I'm really excited to see that. But we still have another, like you said, another matchup coming in. Vec Fantasy Main is going to be taking on the Simpsons, and then we're going to move on to some of the lower bracket matches. So it's going to be it's a good time to be a fan of North America.
Yeah, the reality is we haven't seen the Valley like this. The Valley with Hoon, this slowly evolving the Valley, be tested yet, right? Like they've gone against, they've only gone against Ethereal since Hoon joined the roster. You know, they've only really they haven't gone against any other major team, I would say. We haven't seen them go against Ackerman. We haven't seen them go against Team First Blood, Insomniacs. You know, a lot of these upper echelon teams, and that's what I think is the match that a lot of us are waiting for, right? We want to see them push the limits where they have to take things completely seriously, and games will go the distance. You know, you're not just going to be closing things out in a matter of 10 minutes. But before I ramble on too much, one last big shout out to Eclipse.gg for sponsoring this weekend by donating $200 to the prize pool. If you don't know, Eclipse.gg is a automated stream clipping website service, whatever you want to call it. They have some artificial intelligence that follows your stream, follows your video, and gets all the best moments, the kills, your friends' deaths, whatever. They're able to clip these, and it saves a lot of time for you. Instead of having to go through and edit 5 hours of footage, you can have several highlighted clips ready for TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Reels, whatever you need. So if that's something you're into and that's something you need, they're a great service to use. This is something that just because they're sponsoring me, I've been using them from before they sponsored us. G has been using them from before they sponsored us, so make sure you check them out. Now, while you're checking them out, if you want to join our 10 epic skin giveaway for tomorrow night, you're going to need to join the Discord and use our personal link to make an account with them. Then screenshot your account and post it in the Eclipse event chat in our Discord. Like I said, that's going to be what you need to do, and you can be part of our giveaway for tomorrow night at the end of the stream for 10 epic skins. Big shout out to Eclipse.gg for sponsoring this weekend. Aiko, any last words from you before we end the stream?
Oh man, I mean, you handled it. We got the Eclipse in there, you know. Private already talked about how crazy the games are gonna be. I just, you know, like all of these teams, I can't wait for a World War to happen here in the NASL.
Yes, most definitely. And I think that's what we're going to get by the end of this playoffs. But we do have some time until we see that final war happen in the final best of 7 bracket. So make sure you guys stay tuned in, stay checked out, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow in the next draft.
GG's.
Hi. Cheers.